Hello? 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 Ada isu apa eh?
Semalam Siti
Oh, untuk Qatar ya? Tiket dah ada kan?
Yang ini mana dapat ni?
Rektor
Ada lebih banyak ni?
ada.
Hah? Kat mana?
Aku minta dengan BTN.
Testing. Testing, testing. Testing. Hello. Testing, testing. Testing. Hello. Testing, testing. Testing. Hello. Testing, testing. Testing. Hello. Testing, testing. Testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing.
Hello, hello.
Testing, testing.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. testing, testing. Anyone can respond? Testing. Oh, testing, testing. Anyone can respond? Testing. Oh, testing, testing. Anyone can respond? Testing. Oh, testing, testing. Anyone can respond? Testing. Testing, testing. Anyone can respond? Testing. Testing, testing. Anyone can respond? Testing.
everyone. Can you hear me?
Hi, Dr. Hong, I can hear you.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you. Hi, Dr. Hong, I can hear you.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you. Hi, Dr. Hong, I can hear you.
Everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you. Hi, Dr. Hong, I can hear you.
Everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you. Hi, Dr. Hong, I can hear you. Yes. Yes, we can hear you. Hi, Dr. Hong, I can hear you. Yes. Yes, we can hear you. Hi, Dr. Hong, I can hear you. Yes, we can hear you. Hi, Dr. Hong, I can hear you. Yes, we can hear you. Dr. Hong, I can hear you. Yes, we can hear you. Dr. Hong, I can hear you. Yes, we can hear you. Dr. Hong.
Kalau tidak ada, saya mana
Hello, I don't know if you hear me.
Yes, Dr. Kotala, we can hear you.
Okay. There is a lot.
Yeah, everything
Hello,
sounds.
I don't know if you hear me. Yes, I
Hi.
hear you, but there is a lot of music, so it's
Yes,
not so
Dr.
easy to
Kotala, we can
understand.
hear you.
Okay. There is a lot. Okay, yes. I can see.
Yeah. Hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is Kanokporn. I have been communicating with you lately. So
Yeah.
nice to have you here. Yeah. You would like to test your presentation just for a little bit right now? Or?
Yes, we can try make a try to share how does it work. Because I didn't do it for some time. Yeah. Yes, I can see you. So I try to share my screen.
Yes.
Yes.
Do you see the share screen button on your
Yes.
computer, on your monitor?
I got it. So I am trying now.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
we see it now.
You see it?
And you, yes.
So now I can.
And you can try the full screen.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's why I am trying to do the full screen now. It's okay.
Yeah, looks good.
It looks good.
Yes.
Maybe try to run it few slides, please, to check the
Yes.
transition of the slide.
You've got the second one.
Great. Yes, yes, it is.
Yes.
Third one.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, it's okay.
So fine. Okay, it's good because I was a little bit not sure because I have two screens and it seems it's the good one. It's the large one with it's the full screen you have. Really?
Yeah, we got the full screen version. Yes.
Okay. So
yeah,
nice. It's okay. So it means. So I think it's okay for me.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I guess it's still quite an early hour for you right now.
Yes, it's quite early, but it's good. It's good like this. I am early in the morning. I can do something.
Thank you very much for joining us. Yeah.
It's my pleasure.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I guess right now you can unshare the screen and
yes.
Yeah.
So I unshare.
Okay.
Is it
good.
okay?
Yeah, looks good.
So
all right.
very good. Everything it seems okay. So even the screen of
the backgrounds looks okay.
The background,
too.
yes, it's
perfect.
Okay.
Yes,
okay,
perfect.
good. That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So
see you in.
So I guess we will start in about 40 minutes.
Okay,
30
yeah.
to 40 minutes from now. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Great.
So we'll see you then. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
I also just want to ask that Dr. Ravi, do you want to check the presentation file?
Yes. Actually, I'm ready with the slide. So I will try to share the file.
You can try it now. Yes, please.
Okay. Okay. So can you see our slide?
Yes, we can see it now. You may try to make it full screen, please.
Okay, let me make it full screen now. Okay.
Great.
Yeah. I can see the full screen from my computer right now. So can you just see the same?
Yes, yes, we are
Yes.
seeing the full screen now.
Okay,
Okay, so seems good.
okay.
So I would say, Dr. Kanapon, we get back in about 30 minutes, right?
Yes.
Alright.
Yeah.
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 But
Thank you.
can you hear me well? Because previously sounds quite delay a little bit. So how about now? Is it okay for you? Can you
It's okay.
listen properly?
It's okay now. You mean that with the media playing, the sound is delay, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so
just
maybe
now.
because of the media, there's take a lot of
Okay.
traffic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see.
Okay.
We cannot do anything much now.
Okay.
Okay.
Hopefully everything goes well. Okay.
Okay. See you in a minute. Thank you, Dr. Ravi.
Thank you.
Yeah.
네? เจียหมีสวัสดีครับได้ยินไหมครับ
ได้ยินค่ะ
ได้ยินครับได้ยินครับ
ฮัลโหลได้ยินไหมครับ
ได้ยินครับ
ได้ยินค่ะ
ได้ยินชัดอยู่ครับอาจารย์
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Putikrai Sriyaporn. I just want to check the sound. And today we are going to have a symposium on application of radiation techniques for cultural heritage research. So before we get into the official program, I would like to say thank you to everyone, participants, speakers, staff that join us here today in the event. And I would like to gently remind that please turn off your microphone during the program, except when you want to voice out or have a question in the sessions. So please keep it off. So I will get into the programs right now. To say good afternoon again, or good morning for people from the European zone. My name is Putikrai Sriyaporn, and I will be the event MC for these 2 days of the symposium. And I would like to welcome all of you to one of the very interesting events from ASEAN Large Nuclear and Synchrotron Facility Network, so-called the LNSN. And today, under the arrangement of LNSN, we will all participate in a symposium on the application of radiation techniques for cultural heritage research. In this 2-day event, this event will bring us to know about how scientific and high technology related techniques can be cooperative in the cultural heritage research. The program consists of the very interesting talks and seminars and discussion. Therefore, we, all the staff of LNSN, hope that all of you will enjoy this event and find out this event that's very fantastic for you. So at the very first step of the program, I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Sarod Ruchirawat, Director of the Synchrotron Light Research Institute, SLRI, to give us the important welcome speech. But he's occupied with another very important things. So Dr. Sarod will give the record of his welcome speech to us. So please give a big applause to Dr. Sarod Ruchirawat, please.
Chairperson of the Asian Large Nuclear and Synchrotron Facilities Network, Vice Chairperson and Governing Council members of LNSN, distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. สวัสดีครับ I am so pleased and honored to express my most welcome to you all to the Symposium on the application of radiation techniques for cultural heritage research. We, the co-organizing team, including Thailand Institute of Nuclear Technology and Synchrotron Light Research Institute. We are so delighted to have all of you with us in this very beginning but meaningful activity under the LNSN network. The LNSN network is established under the Asian Coastal with aims to create a regional platform promoting sharing of nuclear, synchrotron, and related facilities in the region for research collaboration on the basis of mutual benefits, and also to promote human resource development in the related fields. With the full support of the LNSN chairperson and governing council members, the symposium has been formed to serve as a platform for learning, sharing, and discussions on cultural heritage research. Your creative ideas and discussion during the symposium will be helpful for the establishment of this research network. I would like to thank our distinguished speakers for their kind devotion to this event. I do believe that their presentation will be attractive and fully meet your interest. Last but not at least, my deep thanks to our co-organizing team of GINT and SLRI, who have devoted all full efforts for the success of this symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great time to say welcome to this symposium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarod. And then next, I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Thawatchai Onjan, Director of Thailand Institute of Nuclear Technology, or TINT, to present us the opening remark of this symposium on the application of radiation techniques for cultural heritage research. So please, everyone, give a big hand to welcome Dr. Thawatchai Onjan, please.
Dear the co-chair of the ASEAN's Large Nuclear and Synchrotron Facilities Network, or LNSN, Vice Chairperson, and the Governing Council member of LNSN, valuable experts, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and good afternoon, depending on where you are. I am very pleased to welcome you all to the opening of the symposium on applications of radiation techniques for cultural heritage research. Peaceful use of nuclear techniques and radiation technology are vital for the development of the global community. It has numerous peaceful applications which can help humans in many more ways than one can think of. Just to name a few things: reducing poverty and hunger, improving energy supplies, responding to climate change, managing water resources, enhancing human health, and last but not least, preserving art and cultural heritage, which is a reason you all are gathering here today. Cultural heritage, as broadly defined by UNESCO, is the legacies of physical artifacts and intangible attributes of group or society that are inherited from the past generations, maintained in the present, and restored for the benefit of the future generation. Therefore, cultural heritage cannot be considered as an economic asset or the tourist attraction, which are worthy to preserve, but also as an identity factor to to social coherence and stability. In terms of research and studies, in the field of art and archaeology, nuclear and radiation technologies undoubtedly play a unique role due to their non-destructive nature. When used as investigative tools and their highly penetrative power, when used in the conservation, realizing the importance of it, ASEAN Large Nuclear and Synchrotron Facilities Network, or the ASEAN LNSN, organized this symposium to raise awareness and to promote the applications of nuclear and radiation technology for cultural heritage studies and preservation. Apart from that, I really hope the symposium serves as a platform for you all who are the technologists, scientists, as well as the archaeologists to discuss the potential cooperation in the field by making use of the large nuclear and radiation facility in the ASEAN, which will contribute to the advancement of the cultural heritage studies and preservation. I would like to take this opportunity to recognize contributions from our guest speakers, sacrificing their own time and taking part of this event. With all of your experience and expertise in the field of archaeology and cultural heritage, I am confident that all of the presentations and discussion during this event would be of great use and learning to all of us. In addition, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all participants for these gatherings and to all of the staff and the secretariat for such smooth arrangement and preparation for this event. Thank you very much. I am glad to announce that the symposium on application and radiation techniques for cultural heritage research are officially open.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Thawachai Onjan. So before we start of the academic sections, I would like to invite all of participants to take a group photo together. Well, it's a world of the digitization, so we can take a group photo via the Zoom application. So may everyone that if you possible that you are alone in the room, you can take off your mask, take a smiley shot, and our staff will take the shot of each page of the Zoom program. So it will take a couple of minutes. So please, we take a group photo.
Finish.
Okay, so we'll take a group photo of each pages. Now we have about 65 participants, so it takes about 5 to 7 pages, I think, of the group photo. And I guess our staff has been taken all of the pages already. Thank you very much. Okay, so we will get into the academic session now. So if you take a look at the program of the symposium, the first section will be the introductions to the events, to this symposium. And it's specialty that this session will compose of 3 panelists together. So in these introductions of the symposium's event, I would like to invite the panelists of the session to the audience. First, I would like to invite Dr. Somchai Tancharakon, The manager of the Beamline 5.1 XAS and XRF techniques, also called ASEAN Beamline SLRI, to give us the talk about the origin, the concept, and overview of the symposiums. And the second one, I would like to invite Dr. Kanokpon Bunsri Chai, Head of Nuclear Research and Development Division, TINT, to give the introduction of the TINT facilities and activities and things concerning about cultural heritage. And finally, I would like to invite Dr. Chanan Uraksakun, Assistant Head of Research Facility Department of SLRI, to give us the introductions about the SLRI facility and activity. So I will leave the panel to the three speakers. So please, Dr. Somchai Tanchrakon, to start our session. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So can you hear me perfectly? I guess. Okay, let me first find my presentation. Sorry. Just a second. Okay, can you see my presentation?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So before I introducing the this symposium, this event, the event is organized by the so-called ASEAN RNSN as two directors of TINT and SRI already introduced. I'm going to introduce a bit of the detail of how we start this network, and later Dr. Kanokpon and Dr. Chanan will introduce the nuclear reactor in Thailand, TINT and synchrotron facility in Thailand, and SRI. Okay, the LNSN or ASEAN Large Nuclear and Synchrotron Facility Network is a collaborative platform to share large facility in ASEAN countries, and it officially endorsed by the ASEAN Committee on Science and Technology, or ASEAN COST, in the meeting in Jerusalem on 24th of May 2017. This is like our birthday of the network. Now we are like 5 years old now, approaching 5 years old. Okay, before 2017, there are actually several discussions among researchers in ASEAN, like the idea of having some sort of network, the advantage of having a network. So we discussed several groups of already discussed about this kind of activity. The reasons that we should have this kind of network is firstly because the synchrotron and the neutron sources are extremely useful for research, from fundamental to advanced science. Like for example, we can use X-ray to study archaeological materials, and we can use synchrotron to study advanced material like diamond-like carbon, or study the protein structure. And we can use a neutron to do some imaging, or like, for example, like Buddha image. Actually, if you look at the European country, they already have some sort of regional facility. For example, IRL, the neutron facility in Europe, that is a European facility, or ESIF synchrotron facility. Both are in France, but they belong to European country. All the members of the Europe can access the facility. Or like Sesame project, it's a Middle East project to use the synchrotron facility. They built it in Jordan, and they can use the science as tools to create up for peaceful purpose. And if you look at the, I'm trying yesterday to search, if you search the keyword like nuclear in a website to search the number of documents, there are like almost 200,000 items per year, mainly in like medicine. But if you use the keywords like synchrotron, there are more than 5,000 items, mainly journal of academic publications, mainly like in material. You can see that they are very useful and very popular for doing research or study materials. And another reason is in Asia, Oceania, we have some sort of association for neutron. For example, for neutron is Asia Oceania Neutron Scattering Association, like ONSA. And for synchrotron, we have Asia Oceania Forum for Synchrotron Radiation, which already established. But however, there are limited regulation to be a member of these two associations. For example, you need to have facility to be a member of the association to join the activities, or sometimes you have to pay the tuition fee, the membership fee to gain access to the facility. And the third reason is that today there are several facilities already have in Southeast Asia. For example, we have synchrotron facility in Thailand or in Singapore. We have nuclear research reactor in Thailand, in Indonesia, in Malaysia, in Vietnam, another related facility in several countries in Southeast Asia. And we know that this kind of facility is very costly and very expensive. And for example, like in Thailand, the synchrotron facility, the new project that we are going to build a new synchrotron facility, the estimation for the cost is about $1 million per meter. Imagine that our synchrotron is going to be 300 meters in circumference, and we need $300 million just for the machine, not for the land or the beam lines. So it's really costly. Therefore, it's really good idea to have a network that we can share the idea, the knowledge, expertise, and to have opportunity to access this kind of facility. And therefore, in 2017, in March, PINT and SRI, under the support of Ministry of Science and Technology, we have the first meeting, and we invited representative from facility in Southeast Asia and some users, some researchers that already familiar with the techniques to have a meeting and present their research and present their interest in using facility and to get some sort of the network. We also invited two experts from ILL from France to give us some experience and show some advantage to have regional facility in Europe. And the result from the meeting that we submit the report to the ASEAN course, and then the ASEAN course endorse our network in Brunei Darussalam, like I mentioned before. And then after that, we have another meeting in September 2017 to write so-called TOR, the term of reference, to support the network. And again, submit to the ASEAN course. And after that, we have representative from 10 countries. This is the compulsory, the regulation for ASEAN course, that we need representative from 10 countries all agree to establish the LNSN. And we have the first GC meeting in 2009. This is the photo of the first meeting in Bangkok. And the goal of the LNSN is to strengthen the collaboration among the research institute and also the private sectors with the large facility to create the ecosystem and for capacity development, technology transfer, and commercialization. The objective of the LNSN is to create a platform to promote the sharing of the facility and also to promote human resource development in the field of nuclear and synchrotron science and technology. And after the establishment of the endorsement of the network, we have some activities. Like for example, in March 2018, TINT organized a workshop on research reactors end user community network in Bangkok. And 2009, we applied for funding. We received 2 years funding from STIF or ASEAN Science, Technology and Innovation Fund to support our activity between 2019 and 2020. And then in 2019, TINT organized a workshop on neutron application in Bangkok in December. SRI and Batan, we create a program, internship program to support undergrad students to gain access to synchrotron facility for 6 months in 2020. However, unfortunately, we have a COVID pandemic, so we cannot. It's very difficult. It's been difficult to have activity until this year, 2020. So we in March, we're trying to organize the Symposium on application of latent techniques for cultural heritage research. This is for this event. Okay, the event is we have 3 main objectives. Is to promote our facility in Southeast Asia, like I mentioned before, and also to have a platform to exchange and ideas, experiences among participants and experts, like speakers that we already invited to share their experience and knowledge in this symposium. And hopefully later after the symposium, we can establish and some kind of network in the field of cultural heritage to share or collaborate collaborate and share facility and share idea among researchers in Southeast Asia. Okay, you can see that the last program of this symposium will be the breakout room that we would like to have your opinion, your idea of how to use facility or how to use awareness and network to gain your to be useful for your research. And I hope that you can find this symposium useful for your research. And next, I would like to invite two organization, TINT and Synchrotron Facility and SRI to introduce that facility. Okay. So I also let me stop the sharing and Dr. Kanopon, can you take it from here to introduce our your facility?
Right.
Thank you very much.
All right. Good afternoon and good morning, participants of the symposium. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce a little bit about Thailand Institute of Nuclear Technology, or our abbreviation is TINT. TINT is a public organization under the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Research and Innovation, Thailand. And our mandate is to disseminate and to conduct research and services on application of nuclear and radiation technologies in various fields for the development of the country, including the utilization in industry, agriculture, medicine and public health, education, and also as well as cultural heritage and archaeological studies. So today I would like to introduce a little bit about our work and facilities that support the archaeological research at TINT. What we do here is we perform research in two categories. The first one being the reconstruction of cultural heritage database. With this, we do elemental composition analysis, date determination, inner structure elucidation, and investigation of the past environment. This would lead to the revision of historical information and authentication of cultural heritage items. And the second, is the, oh, okay. I guess there's a problem with the screen sharing. Oh, hold on. I will stop share. And okay. Okay. So right now, okay. So sorry about that. All right. So at TINT, we have two categories of related research on archaeological studies. The first one is the reconstruction of cultural heritage database. For this, we use elemental composition analysis, date determination, inner structure elucidation, and investigation of past environment. This would lead to revision of historical information and authentication of the artifacts that are cultural heritage items. The second research category that we do is to use radiation technology to preserve wooden artifacts, manuscripts, books, and also items such as furniture. So what we focus is museum collections right now. And our facilities that can be utilized for cultural heritage research can be divided into 4 kinds. So the first one is the dating laboratory. With our facilities, we can perform radiocarbon dating, thermoluminescence, and optical stimulation luminescence dating. So this would be to determine the absolute date for archaeological remains. So you can see some pictures of our laboratory on the left side. The second facilities is the equipment and facilities for elemental analysis techniques. So the techniques that we use at our institute include portable XRF, WDXRF, XRD, ICP-MS, and NAA or neutron activation analysis. So so a lot of these are equipments that are used in laboratories, but for NAA, we utilize the research reactor, which is located in Bangkok, Thailand. And the use of elemental analysis is to establish scientific database for investigation of provenance and authentication of the items. The third facilities is non-destructive imaging. So we use X-ray, gamma, and neutron radiography and tomography, as well as autoradiography to understand the inner structure and also ancient technology in the construction of some cultural heritage items, and to understand the past trade and relationship among the items. The fourth facilities is the gamma, X-ray, and electron beam radiation center, which we have an industrial scale facilities that can be utilized for cultural heritage item preservation. Okay. So this is our photo of the facilities for neutron activation analysis. So we use our research reactor, which is now operating at 1.2 megawatt power. And so we do have the gamma spectrometric measurement laboratory that can be used in order to understand the elemental profiling of the objects. And so the NAA techniques can be considered a complementary techniques to other chemical or physical elemental profiling techniques such as ICP-MS. But the advantage of NAA is that so we do not have to digest the samples, so we can just polarize it and then put it into a radiation tube and take the measurements. So it would be good for samples such as geological samples that would be difficult to digest with acids for ICP-MS. Another facilities that utilize research reactor is our neutron imaging facility. With this facility, we can perform radiographic imaging and also tomographic imaging. So we have developed the facility with the neutron camera and a rotating stage that can take pictures at different angles of the objects, and we have software for the reconstruction of the tomographic image. Although our neutron flux at the facility, at the reactor, is not so high, but we are able to get images and information from items, including cultural heritage artifacts. So these are examples of the items that we perform tomographic images of. So these are a mock-up sample of a metallic Buddha image. And so we did a mock-up and we inserted some items inside. So we are able to take the tomographic image, and with the image reconstruction software, we can see the inserted item inside the metallic image, the Buddha image. Yeah, so you can see it right now on the screen. Yeah, so this kind of facility would be useful to understand the inner structure of the object. Sorry. All right, so these are some other examples of radiographic image that we have with the cultural heritage item as well as industrial item that can be visualized using this kind of facility. So another two facilities that we offer at TINT, on the left side of the screen is the irradiation center. So we do have gamma irradiation facility, which are industrial scale, as well as the X-ray facility and electron beam facility. So this facilities, the main utilization right now is for food irradiation and sterilization of medical items. However, right now we have started to perform research to utilize this facility for preservation of cultural heritage items. And the right one, the cyclotron, is our newest facility. So it is still under construction and is expected to be completed by June or July this year. So we have a 30 MeV cyclotron that can accelerate protons and deuterons. So up to, with protons, we can accelerate from 15 to 30 MeV. So it is a high energy facilities. And the main purpose for the cyclotron is for medical radioisotope production. However, we do have one beam line that has been planned for physics research utilization. And in the near future, the facilities will be, the research station will be installed for utilizing to perform techniques such as PIXI, proton-induced X-ray, and also proton-induced gamma emission analysis for elemental profiling of objects. So I would like to share with you a little bit about research topics that we are interested in. So the first one is ancient gold analysis. So with this, so we, with the collaboration with Thailand Fine Arts Department, we analyze museum collections of gold from ancient Ayutthaya city and other places. So we perform elemental analysis using portable XRF. And so with this, we get a database of elemental profile of different objects. So we can use statistical method such as clustering and classification to understand the provenance and also authentication of this museum collection. Okay, so the second research topic of interest is we with collaboration with Chulalongkorn University and the Chulajomkrao Royal Military School, we are interested in studying Buddha images at important temples in Thailand to understand how the Buddha images were constructed in the past and how the construction techniques evolved over the historical period of Thailand. So with this kind of research question, we use gamma radiography technique to see the inner structure, to see the inner structure, to understand how the Buddha images were constructed. And so we can, and we can try to match that with historical record of the technique that were being used in the past. The third research topic of interest is to understand human activity contribution to the change in the past environment, to understand how we human as a community and our activity contribute to the climate change that we are facing right now. So with this, we collect sediments from rivers, and so when we do borehole or core sampling, so we can see different layer of the sediments. So we took radiographic image, and we sent the samples to ANSTO in a collaborative work under FNCA collaboration network. And so we were able to match the different layers and the elemental for each layer with this analysis. So hopefully with this information, we can understand anthropogenic effect on the changes in the past environment. The fourth research topic of interest is to understand how pollution impact the changes or deterioration of archaeological site. So with this study, we performed the study in the ancient Ayutthaya city. So we collect particulate matters around the site to see how exhaust from the ship that runs around the river next to the site would contribute to the changes of the archaeological construction, like ancient temples in Ayutthaya or ancient construction that is there. All right. So for example, with this, since we were interested in the exhaust, so the target element of interest would be sulfur, for example. The fifth topic of research that we perform, and this is also quite new to us, is the preservation using gamma irradiation. So with this, we started with wooden item. So we have known and we have a lot of experiences in using gamma radiation in food preservation to reduce the microbiological contamination in food. So right now we are trying to apply this to cultural heritage item to eliminate the microbiological contamination, to preserve the cultural heritage item, and also in addition to using radiation to eliminate microbial contamination, we also use radiation processing technique with polymer to create a thin polymeric film that would cover the surface to prevent reinfection with microbial contamination as well. So in this picture, you see that we can impregnate the artifact with monomeric material and then expose it to gamma radiation to generate cross-linking to form a polymer film that would cover the surface too. So with this treatment, we can kind of do two shots. With radiation can also kill the microbes and also cross-link the polymer at the same time. All right. So with all these efforts, we also produce a lot of social media materials that can be accessed on the various platforms. Although most of these are in Thai, but we hope that Thai people would understand, and this would generate interest among researchers to utilize nuclear technology for archaeological studies. So our efforts cannot be successful without valuable collaboration. So we are fortunate to have many good collaborators. This include Chulalongkorn University, Silintron Anthropological Center, Thai Fine Art Department, the Chulajom Krao Royal Military School, UNSTO, and IAEA. So with this, we can analyze the artifact and perform preservation research. And so we hope that we can help retrieve, review historical records, provide historical information for Thai people and for tourists that visit Thailand, and also to preserve ancient artifacts for the next generation of Thailand and of Thai people, and also to help preserve this valuable artifacts for the world. Thank you. That would be my brief introduction to TINT. So next, I would like to hand over the stage to Dr. Chanan.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kanokpon.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So Dr. Chanan will be present next. Thank you. So he will introduce us to Synchrotron Light Research Institute, which are the co-hosts of today's event.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Kanokpon, for introduction. Can you see my slide?
Yes, perfectly.
Thank you very much. Okay. So, yes, my name is Chanan Uraksakun. I'm a beamline scientist of beamline number 3.2 at the Synchrotron Light Research Institute, or SLRI. So I would like to give a brief introduction to the Siam Photon Laboratory, which is one of the synchrotron facilities. We are one of the sorry. We are one of the synchrotron network around the world, and the synchrotron, as some of you may know, we serve users who are researchers from all over the world, from any country which have or don't have the synchrotron facilities. They can travel to the synchrotron facilities anywhere in the world, and they can bring all kind of sample or do all kind of research from almost every field possible. Can bring the sample to the synchrotron, do experiment, and get some useful data. And this is where we are, the red dot. This is Thailand, the country in Southeast Asia, and the synchrotron is in the province called Nakhon Ratchasima. Is about 3 hours drive from Bangkok, and on the top right is the aerial photo of our building, and inside this circle building is a synchrotron machine. And this is the machine inside the building that produces a synchrotron X-ray for researchers to use for their research. And the circumference of this synchrotron machine is about 81.3 meters. And we put the electron that travel inside this synchrotron ring at the energy of 1.2 giga electron volt. It's a very, very high energy. And when electrons are accelerated to this high energy, the electrons produce very bright X-ray, and you can use this X-ray to do many kind of research. For example, this intense X-ray can be used for microscopy. You can think of it like the X-ray that you go when you go to the hospital, and the doctor use the X-ray machine to help to take picture of inside your body. And the synchrotron can produce the same X-ray, but much more intense. And we can focus the beam to a very small spot. So you can not only see the inside, but you can see the inside with a very good resolution, which means you can look at very small objects inside of any material, whether it's your body, it's some organic like organic material, like or maybe samples, any kind of samples you can see inside. But synchrotrons can also produce X-ray and light with different energy or wavelengths. So you can do more than just taking an image. You can do a technique called X-ray absorption and X-ray fluorescence, which these two techniques are very useful because you can use it in detecting very like elements that maybe there is only a very small amount of that kind of element in your sample, but because the synchrotron is so bright, even very small amount of material, it can detect it can give you very clear data of the trace element. And X-ray absorption is also a very unique technique for the synchrotron because it can tell you not only the kind of elements, but also the chemical state or the oxidation state of that element, which sometimes is very useful because sometimes if you only know the kind of element, but you don't know what kind of state they are in, then you won't be able to interpret the result. And these two are used a lot in cultural heritage research because most of the time people want to find the origin of things. And by knowing the type of element and the type of chemical state, you can trace back to the origin of for example, archaeological artifacts that are very old. And other light that are produced by the synchrotron, for example, infrared, which is very useful for biological and life science research. A lot of people use that for food and drug research. The other one is lithography. You can use the X-ray from the synchrotron to produce very, very small parts that are used in, for example, microelectronics or electronic devices. You can use the synchrotron light for photo emission to study thin film and surface science. And the last one is X-ray scattering, which is very useful to look at nano material. So if you want to incorporate nanotechnology to your R&D, or you want to invent something to incorporate nanotechnology in it, this is one of the very useful techniques. Okay, and this is the top view of the synchrotron machine. So to use the synchrotron light, we actually have to build a thing called beamline, and at the beamline we put the end station at the beamline to do the technique that I mentioned in the previous slides. And we spent about 10 years from the start of this machine to build for the total of 11 beamlines now. And we have 12 end stations providing many characterization techniques at the moment. And we also have one upcoming beamline that will be built and open for users maybe in 1 or 2 years. And this is the picture of the real thing. So these are beamlines at different port of the synchrotron. They look complicated because they consist of many like advanced detectors and equipment. So the left one is the X-ray absorption and X-ray scattering beamlines. The right one is the lithography beamline. And these two are the other example, photo emission beamlines on the left and X-ray absorption beamlines on the right. X-ray absorption is quite a popular technique at the synchrotron because you cannot do this anywhere else. If you want to do X-ray absorption, you almost always have to come to the synchrotron to do it. And as all of the equipment that I showed you earlier of the end stations, they are pretty much home built. So we have a very nice collaboration with experts from synchrotron all around the world. They are very friendly and they are very helpful, and they like to collaborate with each other, us included. So we get a lot of help from them, and also professors, university professors from both in Thailand and abroad. And of course, we also have to build small parts to make up the whole beamline end station. And so we have another team of engineers and technicians besides scientists and researchers at SLRI to help like designing parts and fabrication. And by doing this for more than 10 years, I think they gain a lot of skill doing complicated tasks like designing complicated small equipment, and also they can do advanced simulation as well at the moment. So let's come back to the users who come to use synchrotron now. So this is one of the user statistic. It's a beam time request separated by the research field. So as you can see that the big research field that come to use synchrotron is in material science and engineering. And this is due to because there are a lot of effort in developing like new material for sustainability, like energy material and something like battery, solar cell, and so on. So these fields are very popular. So we have a lot of users in this field. And the other field combined is in life science and agriculture and food research, because in Southeast Asia we have a very large biodiversity. So this field is also big. And for cultural heritage and archaeology, although this field is not as big as other fields, but I can tell you that from the start of our service more than 10 years ago, we always have projects related to archaeology. People from different places come to this synchrotron, not only in Thailand, but in many other countries too. And they bring archaeological samples and use the synchrotron here at SLI to do many kind of characterization to understand mostly the origin of the artifacts. And this research is still ongoing. So every year we have newcomer with new artifacts to the synchrotron every year. And by region of users, so still main group of users are still from Thailand, but we had growing number of users from Southeast Asia and from people from around the world as well. But that up until last 2 years when we had COVID, and so because of the travel restriction, we have smaller number of users from abroad. But I think after the COVID, this will keep growing again. And from ASEAN, we really hope that people from ASEAN will come to SLI more and more, and then they will be able to take part in our next big project, which is building the next bigger synchrotron, which should be operational in about 5 to 10 years. And that at that time we will need a lot of like input and collaboration from people, from researchers in every field in these regions. And of course, most of the users are in academia, so publication is very important for their career. So we are happy that we are part of the facilities that help them to publish data in research papers, so they can get their result published more easily when they have result from the synchrotron. So then they get more funding, and then they can continue to do better and better research, which is impactful. And the last slide, I just want to give just want to invite you, if you are not our users yet, you can go to our website www.slri.or.th. You can switch from Thai language to the English language, and you are invited to register as our user. You don't have to have your project yet, but once you register as our user, you will receive news from SLRI about if we have workshops, if we have like seminars, something like this in the future, so you can take part. And whenever you have any idea of using this synchrotron facility for your research, you can send the Beamtime application to the system, and then after you send the application, you will be contacted by one of our scientist staff, and then you can discuss more about about the possibilities, and most of the time we even help you to plan your measurement, or if you want to do like long experiment here, that's also possible. So that is for my introduction. Thank you very much and welcome to the symposium.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shannon. So we get back to all the three panelists, and I would like to ask from the audience any questions or further information that you needed. You can raise in the question right now. I'd like to mention something a little bit that we are in the it's not a new kind of the meeting right now because of after 2 years of pandemics. When you can leave reactions by send us the emoticon, raise hands or things. So when you raise hands up, our staff will focus on you, and you can give the questions to the panelists. So please, if anyone in the audience have a question right now about the facilities, about the activities of the scientific facilities also in Thailand or maybe in the other ASEAN countries, please give us the questions.
Or actually, if you don't have any question at the moment, and you can, if you think of some question later, you can give out a message in chat room, and we can answer later.
Okay, we have questions from the chat box, please. So it's concerning about neutron tomography system. So may I ask Dr. Kanokporn to answer the questions in the chat box, please?
All right, thank you. So the question is whether the neutron beamline is available nowadays. It is available at TINT in Bangkok. So if you're interested in, well, I will leave my email in the chat box. So if anyone would like to come and use it or have collaboration with us, you can contact me through the email. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kanokporn. Any questions or suggestions for this section, please? Okay, so if not, I would like to say, according representatives from the audience, thank you all panelists of the first section of the symposium today. Thank you very much. So we will move to the next session, please. So the next session, we have the great opportunities for the talk by Dr. Cohen Janssens from the Department of Chemistry, University of Antwerp, Belgium, which will give us in the topic of research in cultural heritage using X-ray techniques. Dr. Janssens has expertise in structural analysis and the analysis of mixtures of the crystallized compounds by means of millibeams, X-ray powder diffraction or XRPD in the lab, and also the microscopic XRPD at the synchrotron micro nanoprobe beamlines. So today, Dr. Janssens will give us a chance to explore how the micro nano beams are concerned in the cultural heritage research. So everyone, please welcome Dr. Janssens, please. Hello, Dr. Johnson. We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's okay now. Thank you very much.
Okay, all right. Let me just move my microphone a bit better. Yes, so I was just saying that I'm very pleased with this invitation and to be among you, even if it's only virtually. So what I would like to do now is share my screen and talk a little bit about the analysis of painted artifacts of cultural heritage. So let me just go towards sharing my screen. I hope you can see this. So yes, the idea about this talk is to talk about how I use and my collaborators use X-rays in the field of art analysis. And the main technology we use, or by combining, let's say, art and X-rays, we try to do chemical imaging of art objects, of painted art objects. And the reason why we do that, you could say, is essentially for two main reasons. One is to investigate, let's say, the authenticity of art objects on the one side, and to get information on how they were made and their background. And another important aspect of our research has to do with sustainability, with spontaneous degradation phenomena that occur to art objects. And if you want to preserve these art objects, obviously you need information on what these degradation reactions are. And so in general, you could say what we are doing is we are trying to get material insights and to understand better what is going on in art objects for various reasons. I have a few introductory slides why, and this is mostly from a European standpoint, we are interested in analyzing paintings. As you see here, this is a fresco, a Roman fresco from the Villa of the Mysteries in Pompeii. What this is it gives us a view on how people interacted with each other in ancient times. So paintings can be considered to be credible windows on the past, and in that sense, it's valuable to preserve them. Another painting I would like to show you here is from much later. It's what you see here is a portrait of the daughter of a famous European artist called Peter Paul Rubens. This is his daughter, Serena. And you see here the loving way in which Rubens painted his daughter, who was 12 at the time. This is a very complicated, very sophisticated portrait. It's something not everyone can do. And so it's a rare kind of thing, and therefore it's valuable, and therefore it's also worth to preserve. Okay, and that's why, at least in the Western world, but also in other cultures, of course, museums are being constructed. Government money is being spent to preserve these kind of rare objects. And then a very simple reason to spend a lot of time with paintings, at least for us. For instance, here you see these irises from Vincent van Gogh. It's simply a very nice, beautiful painting. You get positively inspired by that, and that's also a good reason, an important reason in all cultures, I think, to preserve beautiful things. All right. Now, paintings, when you look not just on the surface of a painting, but you look in depth, can be very complex. Paintings in general can be multi-layered, as is shown a little bit in these photographs. And in each layer, again, you have a kind of microcosm of complexity. because you can find there different things. You can find pigments, of course, those are usually the ones that dominate. Usually these are inorganic substances of various kinds and they have a color. But there are, of course, also organic compounds of various nature that are also colored. Usually they're called dyes. And together they are usually in the form of solid particles, very small particles, micro to nanoscopic in size. They have to be held together, and this is then a binding medium, some kind of not colored phase, usually organic, that makes those nano and microparticles into a paint, which then the artist can do his work. Okay. Now, when we talk about X-rays and art, actually, traditionally, this was confined to a narrow area, and I would like to illustrate this with this example. What you see here is a triptych from the 15th century. It's a painting by a Dutch painter called Hieronymus Bosch, and he's famous for creating very outlandish representations. What you see here is a triptych with left heaven, in the middle earth, the profane world with a lot of people there, all kinds of things happening. And on the right, you see hell. And hell and earth, there a lot of things are happening, and therefore we will focus a little bit on the right panel, the hell panel. And what you see here is on the left, the traditional way of using X-ray radiography, so shadow imaging, let's say, of paintings. You put a painting on a table, you put an X-ray tube below, and then on top of the painting, you put radiographic plates or films. And then if you have quite a few of these, it's a big painting, you can stitch them together and get a radiography. And the radiography is actually something where you measure absorbance values, you measure the disappearance of X-rays. And so where there are a lot of X-rays hitting the photographic plate, it becomes black. Where the X-rays have not blackened so much, the X-ray plate, of course, you see lighter tones. And for instance, here, the small man in the photograph on the boat in the river is, you see this as a more white area. That's because the pigments inside the white paint have absorbed the radiation much more than, let's say, the darker pigments which are next to the land. What you can also see very clearly is what you visually do not see, but which is still present below the surface. For instance, is this monster crawling out of the river. So this is something that the painter Bosch has put into the painting, but then later changed his mind and overpainted, so we get extra information from this radiography. But what you also see, and now I'm switching a bit to another view, is that some things which you see on the surface, like this brown flute with the little arm sticking out, you don't see that very well, or you don't see it at all in the radiography. And you do see the white painted little arm that you see in the radiography. You see some parts of the flute, but not everything. And that is due to the fact that the flute here has not been painted like the little man with a lot of lead white.
Yang XRF sini.
I don't.
Yang tadi panggil plastiknya.
I don't hear. I hear someone, but can I continue?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes. And from the audience, if you don't have any questions, please turn off your microphone, please.
Yeah. So I hope everyone can see my cursor also. So what I was saying is, in this radiography, we see extra information from below the surface, but some things that are on the surface are actually not there. We don't see that. And that is because most of the contrast in this X-ray radiograph stems from one pigment, which is lead white. And of course, everyone understands that lead is strongly absorbing X-rays. All right, so actually it's a bit like doing a radiography in the hospital. When you would take a radiograph from a family of 4, you would see, of course, that there are 4 people, that there are 2 parents and 2 children, but you don't see, for instance, whether the 2 children are 2 boys or 2 girls. So you miss a lot of information. All right. So what we have been doing in the last decade is to develop new X-ray techniques, and a number of those are meant to look below the surface of painted works of art, and therefore but these are non-destructive and non-invasive. So what we're doing is we're sort of digging below the surface of these paintings, but without doing any damage. So it's a kind of virtual archaeology we're doing. And these tools, these new ways of exploring paintings, they operate on different length scales, and therefore we call them multi-scale chemical imaging tools. Okay, and so a number of years ago in this paper in Elements, we described those. Which length scales are we talking about? Well, of course, there is obviously the length scale of the works of art itself. We will look at this painting by Van Gogh, which is relatively small in a short time, but let's say we're working here on the meter scale or on the decimeter scale, and that's relevant to appreciate or to understand the complete painting. There is something below the surface here, and we'll look at that. If we take a small chip out of part of this painting, which is maybe 1 millimeter across, we are already on this scale, and this is still interesting. We can look at it in cross-section, for instance, and look at different layers. But to really understand chemically what is there, to see the difference between this phase and that one, for instance, we need to look at this rather on the micron scale. Here it was useful when we're on the meter scale to have details of the millimeter scale. If we have a sample which is in total 1 millimeter, again, we need to go down a factor of 1,000 in length and try to understand then with methods that provide information on the micrometer scale. But if we would zoom in on one particular and not too big crystal, like this one here, then to get really information on that, that gives us a chemical or a material type of information. Again, in a square micron, we need to be able to go down a factor of 1,000, and we need then a method that is able to provide information around the nanometer. And these methods are known, and they usually are performed in scanning transmission electron microscopes. Here, these are mobile scanners we can use in here where these paintings are present. And then in between, there is the synchrotron world where we typically examine total objects of a few millimeter or a fraction of a millimeter in size, but we use X-ray beams of around 1 micron or less. Okay, and as you know, the synchrotron world is expanding in this direction with ever increasing brilliance of the sources and ever decreasing photon beam sizes. All right, so which synchrotrons do we operate at? Well, my university is situated in Belgium, which is in the central part of Western Europe, somewhere between Germany and England, between the Netherlands and France. And the most nearby high performance synchrotrons are for us in Hamburg, which is about 500 kilometers towards the northeast, and towards the south, 800 kilometers, there is the ESRF, European Synchrotron Radiation Facility. And this synchrotron has recently undergone an upgrade. It's now called EBS, from extremely brilliant source. And there we use 2 X-ray microprobes or nanoprobes, ID21 and ID13. And we use them in the context of something called a bag, which is a kind of a system where a group of, in this case, heritage laboratories share beam time and do analysis of many samples. Here at the DAISY laboratory in Hamburg, we use a synchrotron called Petra, and this is, let's say, in more conventional way that we apply for beam time every 6 months roughly. Okay, so you will see a number of studies that have involved the use of synchrotron radiation, but I will also talk quite a lot about using mobile scanners, and we use those mobile scanners more or less as a preparation for our synchrotron studies. So what you see here is what we rarely do. We rarely bring complete paintings to a synchrotron, but we occasionally do this. What you see here is this Van Gogh painting. It's not so large, as you can see. We brought already a long time ago in 2007 to the Hamburg synchrotron. This is the curator of this painting, placing this painting in a beam line. And what's happening, at least when the person is gone and the interlock system is blocked, is that we're radiating with a high energy beam one spot on the beam, on the painting. We collect X-ray fluorescence from that, and from this you get elemental information from this spot. But then we scan the painting, we move it through the beam, and we collect many of these X-ray spectra. And so when we then start plotting the intensity of some of the fluorescent peaks as a function of the scanning position, we get, for instance, maps like this, which correspond here to the greenish and bluish paint that Van Gogh has used to create this flowery landscape. So this is very nice to be able to do that, but it doesn't really contain a lot of information, new information, because we see, of course, what we see with our bare eyes. But in some cases, when we plot, for instance, here the antimony or the mercury intensity, these are smaller peaks in the spectrum, we do get information from below the surface, and this is really new, at least it was new at the time. And we could then see, we could look through, let's say, a virtual window below the surface at a painting which is below this multicolored floral landscape. And this was then a portrait of a lady, as you see here. All right, and so what we see, the reason why we see this actually is that Van Gogh used a red pigment, mercury sulfide, which contains mercury, for instance, for the lips, and used a yellowish pigment called antimony oxide, or rather lead antimonate, called Naples yellow, to paint part of the face of this lady. And both have relatively high energy of their fluorescent signals, so these signals can emerge through the upper layer of paint and become detected. All right. Now, what we did there was a first experiment where we're taking a painting towards a synchrotron. That's not always so easy to do with security, etc. We realized very quickly that this kind of experiment, so irradiating a painting with X-rays and collecting the X-ray fluorescence from many points, we could also do in the museum itself with a mobile scanner. And you see two big motor stages and then an X-ray tube and one or more detectors. And we have been doing this then on a lot of paintings in various places in the world ever since. For instance, one of the paintings we will look at is this rather famous painting, again by Van Gogh, which is called The Sunflowers. But here is quite another painting, another famous painting. This is in Oslo, in Norway. It's called The Scream, and the painter of this work of art is Edvard Munch. Okay, so let's look, for instance, at the X-ray fluorescence maps we can obtain from this painting called The Sunflowers. So Van Gogh
So Jensen, are you with us? I think we have the problem of communication issues. Dr. Jensen maybe have to be reconnect. So we lost Dr. Jensen along the way of his presentation. I would suggest that we wait for a few minutes to see that Dr. Jensen can get back in the meeting. Otherwise, we have to move to the next talk. So let's take a break for a little bit for Dr. Jensen to get back in the communications, please.
Moving forward to the 21st century, it is inevitable that science and technology and innovation become parts of human daily living. Nowadays, most of things around human being are developed from acquired knowledge being invented and evacuated as technology and further, as innovations responding to endless needs of human being. In Thailand, the organizations related to science and technology have played important roles in development of science, technology and innovation by encouraging applications of these developed STI to sustainable.
Hi, welcome back, Dr. Jensen.
Yes, I'm sorry. I had
It's all right.
a big loss here of connection. I'm getting back now to my PowerPoint. One moment.
Yes, that's fine. That's fine. It's very interesting talk, so I think everyone can wait.
Yes. All right. You can already hear me again?
Yes, yes. The sound and the video is fine right now.
Okay. All right. So then I will resume sharing my screen. All right. So I was talking about Van Gogh paintings. We are looking here Van Gogh, and yeah, it says Zoom quit unexpectedly, but I still can see you, so I don't understand what's happening. So I'm still here, I think. Yes, I can still see you, and I guess you can still hear me.
Yes, 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 Dr. Jensen.
We're going to try again with me sharing, and if this doesn't work or creates problems, I think you will have to show my presentation for me. So I'll do one more try. And okay. All right. Again, we are with the sunflowers, and in the sun, yeah, this is the same problem. Maybe I can. Can you confirm that you still see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen now, even though that it's not the full screen yet.
You don't see my Okay, so maybe it's better that you start showing my screen and that I just comment on it. Would that be a more stable solution? Can you tell me what you are seeing at the moment?
We are seeing we are seeing you, Dr. Jansen.
Okay, you don't see my screen.
Not yet for your screen.
And now you do?
It's starting. Yes. So we can see your presentation right now in the full screen mode.
Okay, all right. So again, for the several attempts at explaining that in the Sunflowers by Van Gogh, he uses a lot of yellow, obviously. So this is the lower painting. And this pigment we're using there, or Van Gogh has been using there, is lead chromate. And this means there is both lead and chromium in a lot of the painting. And we see that as a colocalization in the micro XRF maps, which you're looking at. Another important element in the sunflowers is zinc, because it's present there as zinc white. And then there are some green accents, and those we can pinpoint very easily as being present in a pigment called emerald green, which is a copper acetate arsenate. And we can see those because copper and arsenic are in the same location. What is not present a lot in the sunflowers is cadmium. There are some accents, but these are retouching accents where somebody after Van Gogh, a restorer, added a little bit of yellow paint. Now, the upper painting is another Van Gogh, and there you more or less see the same elements or the same combinations of elements used for the same purposes. So we see the yellow part here in the top where there is lead and chromium. We see in the sky, the white parts of the sky, we see a lot of zinc. So again, zinc white. In the green accents, we see copper and arsenic together. And again, in some repair areas, we see here cadmium. So there is a kind of recurring pattern, let's say, in Van Gogh paintings. Now, I would like to go to the next slide. Yes. What you see here is a painting that we've analyzed a number of years ago. And there was the question, is this a real Van Gogh or is it not? Is it a fake Van Gogh? It looks on first sight very similar to another Van Gogh painting, which is recognized to be a real Van Gogh. It could be that the painter, let's say, made both paintings on the same day, but moved slightly because, as you can see, it has a number of the same elements. It has two haystacks. There is this barn, which is in between the haystacks or on the left of the main haystack. And so it is, it could be so by visual inspection, you could say, this is also a Van Gogh painting. Now, a detail in the leftmost painting is that, for instance, this ladder here has some red accents, and these accents are important. So we were also, as I said, already analyzing a similar painting, and this we looked at in the previous slide. And so what we started to do was to take a scan here of the one half of this painting showing haystacks. And what you see here, this is the scanned area. It's this barn with parts of the haystack. What you see there is that indeed we see an element we've encountered in other Van Gogh paintings, chromium. But now the chromium, which in normal Van Gogh paintings is in a yellow pigment, is now used to paint the green part of the painting. And so it's not emerald green, it's probably a pigment called Viridian, which is chromium oxide. So this is a deviation, but it's not really so bad. It could be that Van Gogh used that in this painting, although for other paintings he doesn't do that. Then we also saw that cadmium is now very much present in the yellow parts, for the haystack, for instance, here. And so this is cadmium sulfide and cadmium yellow. But we already knew from other paintings that Van Gogh occasionally uses this, but not a lot, and not for the other haystack. And then we also saw that here in the red parts of the barn, this lattice work, we see there's selenium actually together with cadmium. And these two elements together point us into the direction of cadmium red, which is a cadmium selenoselenide. Yeah. And so that's very interesting to be able to detect this pigment, but it's not so good for the authenticity of the painting, because cadmium selenide, which is also in this ladder as we saw before, cadmium selenide is a painting that has started being used by artists somewhere around 1920. And of course, Van Gogh, he lives until 1889. So it's far too recent to have been used by Van Gogh. Yeah? So by collecting these maps, it's possible to detect fake paintings, let's say, like here, this not original Van Gogh. All right. Now, one of the things we have also done is to compare two original versions of the sunflowers. You see here on the left, the sunflower picture, which you can admire in the National Gallery in London. And here is another copy, which Van Gogh made 1 year later, which is in the Van Gogh Museum in Amsterdam. And those are nearly identical, although some details are different. Like this blue stripe here is not the same, but all the flowers are more or less the same. Now, what interested us here in these paintings is how Van Gogh used lead chromate. I already said that this is very abundantly present, but lead chromate is present actually in different varieties, and Van Gogh uses different varieties. You can use the normal lead chromate, which is orangey yellow, and that's, for instance, you could expect that to be here. But there is a more pale variety where part of the chromium has been replaced by sulfur. You could say part of the chromate ions are replaced by sulfate ions, and this makes the yellow more pale. And as you can see, there is a lot of pale yellow in here. Now, this one, normal lead chromate, is very stable. If you shine a lot of light on that during the 100 years that this painting existed, it just stays the same, it keeps its color. And so we say this is a light fast pigment. Yeah, but this one is not. This one is light sensitive. When you shine a lot of light on it, it loses its color, or rather it becomes more dark. And that's a problem. And this is a suspicion that actually in both paintings, this light sensitive yellow is present, and that they gradually darken more and more. And so to figure this out, we first did XRF to see where there is chromium and lead. And indeed, what you expect when there would be different varieties of lead chromate present, you see here. And normally when there would be a 1-to-1 ratio, atomic ratio of lead to chromium, you would see everywhere false yellow in this RGB XRF map. But you see something that varies between red and greenish. So there is a variation in the atomic ratio between lead and chromium. And if we look at cross sections, and this cross section actually was taken here from this flower, you see indeed yellow on top of a white ground. And then you would expect there that this yellow would only contain chromium 6, because chromium 6 is part of the chromate, which is part of the lead chromate yellow paint. Actually, what we have been doing here is Zane's measurements. In the introduction, it was already said, if you want to do Zane spectroscopy, you have to go to a synchrotron. In this case, this was the ESRF ID21 synchrotron beamline. And there we can measure with a very small beam that at the surface, there is also chromium present in the chromium 3 state. Yeah? And this is a sign of degradation. This chromium 3 degradation, the reduction actually is not very profound, but since it's at the surface, we can suspect that this is light induced and it does change the color. Yeah? And so this is a sign of degradation, which can detect at a microscopic level. And then what we also did, the same material we examined at a nanoscopic level by looking at individual grains. So if you have this individual grain of lead chromium oxide, which is sulfur rich, what happens when you have this kind of reduction going on is that actually there is chromium being expelled, which is pushed out, so that the surface of this nanoparticle becomes more rich in sulfur. It doesn't contain any chromium anymore because it's going out. And what is left is actually lead sulfate when the chromium is not there. And so in this nanoscopic map, we've plotted the lead sulfate relative to the original lead chromium oxide. And then you see that it's only left in the core. And that actually, as a result of this degradation, what you see inside the paint is that you have homogeneous pigment particles that convert themselves into core shell particles, which finally have a kind of chromate interior and then a sulfate exterior in green, and still another layer of chromium oxide on the outside. So you have these 3 layered nano level particles. Okay, and so we needed therefore this microscopic, nanoscopic view of things to understand the complete process of degradation. Now, we already talked about X-ray fluorescence and stains. What we also do a lot is to use X-ray diffraction, both at the microscopic level at the synchrotron and at the microscopic level in the museum with the mobile scanner. So the principle is shown here. We shoot through material. We have scattering and then interference of scattered waves into spots. In some directions, we get constructive interference. And then we get these kind of the Bayer-Shearer patterns. And those we can convert into one-dimensional patterns in which the peaks provide information on which kind of crystalline materials are present. So here, what we can do by collecting a lot of these X-ray fluorescence spectra, we can make elemental maps. But here we are actually doing the same thing, but then collecting crystal phase maps. And these are very useful for mapping pigments. So again, the sunflowers, this is our mobile XRPD scanner. This is now in the Van Gogh Museum in Amsterdam. What we get is, for instance, from part of the sunflowers, we get these kinds of Q-space spectra. And we really need those spectra to be able to make the difference between the 2 compounds I was talking about before, this lead chromate, which is light fast, chromium yellow, and its counterpart, which is this sulfur substituted one, which is light sensitive, hence this LS. Yeah? And if we do that on one spot, we get this kind of spectra. We can map those things, we can map those spectra, and then you see here in this area where indeed the yellow is a bit lighter. This is where the light sensitive chromium yellow is present. Everywhere else, there is this much more abundant light fast chromium. So the light parts of the painting, this is really where we can expect this degradation to spontaneously occur. The darker yellow and the orange yellow, there is no real danger of spontaneous degradation. Okay? And so this means here in this map, we've translated these XRPD maps into a kind of danger plot where the red parts are the danger zone and the green is where everything is okay as color coded in here. Okay? And so what we are doing here is transmission mode XRPD. We're using an X-ray tube with a mirror, a focusing mirror, to shoot a monochromatic beam through the painting, and our camera is behind. We're moving the painting relative to a fixed detector. But we can also do this in a different way. So this is our transmission mode setup. What we can also do is put the X-ray tube and the detector all on one moving platform, and then move everything relative to a stationary, much larger painting. And what we're doing here is we're doing reflection mode XRPD. Yeah? So rather than have these concentric circles, we have parts of the circles we measure on our camera. And what we do here, because we have this grazing mode, is we stay largely on the surface. We only look at the surface layers of the painting. Okay. And so this kind of setup we have been using on this very small painting, which you see here, and this was a lot of interest that it is created from the press. It's a famous painting from the 17th century called The Girl with the Pearl Earring by Johannes Vermeer. And we were doing there micro XRPD, but also we took small bits of this painting to a synchrotron to do micro X-ray diffraction on that. And so here you see the painting and the LED map. And actually what we were focusing on is the difference in LED between the light parts of the painting and the shadow parts. So you see here our setup again. And what we noticed is that when we look at the two main components of lead white, which is the pigment used by Vermeer to paint the light parts, is that there is a lot of hydrocerussite in this light part, and also a lot of cerussite, which are the two normal components of lead white. But the ratio between the two is different. So in the darker part, in the shadow part of the painting, we see a lot more cerussite than here, which is this false cyan. Okay? And so we were wondering about that, what this meant or how we could interpret this. And apparently what we could conclude from that is that actually two subtypes of lead white was being used here. One hydrocerussite, which reflects the light very well. And in the shadow areas, one cerussite, which is much more darker. It's also white, but doesn't reflect the light so much. And to confirm this, what we did was we asked the curators to take two samples from this painting, one from the shadow area and one from the lighter area, from the forehead. And again, we examined this now with microscopic X-ray diffraction. And there you see very clearly that the upper layer here in the forehead of the lady is indeed fairly rich in hydrocerussite, although below there is a much more hydrocerussite, even more rich layer below that. But that in the shadow area here, this top part, which is called the scumble by art historians, the scumble layer, that top part is actually not so rich in hydrocerussite, therefore is much more rich in the normal, in cerussite, so normal lead carbonate. So you see that next to a difference in lateral characteristics, also versus depth in these two areas, there is quite a difference in the buildup and in the subtype of lead white which is being used. And so this study we've published in 2019 in a journal called Applied Science here. All right, just a last slide, but no a lot of detailed discussion anymore. What we have been using the same mobile instrument, our macro XRPD scanner, is on a much larger 17th century painting, which you can find in Amsterdam. It's called The Night Watch, and it's painted by Rembrandt. And so this was our team here. I just show you a little bit of a photo. Again, we were studying the Night Watch, and sometimes our relatively small scanner here needed to go very high on the painting, and then we were being lifted by this big machinery, including the people that operated our scanner. And there again, the idea is to study lead whites, which type of lead whites are used by Rembrandt for which purpose. But that is another story. So what I was talking about is a little bit degradation in Van Gogh paintings. A lot of pigments, they do degrade. Actually, most pigments show some form of degradation. There, the combination of macro and nano tools is useful to follow what is chemically happening. And sometimes you have multi-step degradation processes. Sometimes they're induced by light and sometimes they're not. All right, and in general, we have been talking about chemical imaging at various length scales. So thank you very much, and apologies for the interruption due to technical reasons.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jansen. It's a very interesting talk. And also we have questions from the audience in the chat box as well. So may I read it out? So the question to Dr. Jensen is that how big of the resolution of XRF imaging on the Van Gogh painting, and is it depends on the spot size of the X-ray, or it also depends on the resolution of the painting manipulator that's scanning on the intrinsic area of the painting, and how long the scanning time this painting are?
Yes, okay. Yes, so as I was explaining, normally paintings are of the order of a square meter or fractions of a square meter. And so we need to, if we want to take or collect relevant information on this, we need to go a factor 1,000 lower. So we scan these paintings typically with beams which are between, let's say, 0.5 millimeter to 100 micron. But usually it's around 0.5 millimeter beam size we use. And so the step size of the motors is also of that order. Normally in our scanners we use, the smallest step size is of the order of 50 micron, but we normally do steps of 500 micron, something like this. Yeah. So that's of course, with our mobile scanners, when we go to the synchrotron, there the samples are 1 millimeter in size, and there we usually use beams of about 1 micron, and we also do steps of either a fraction of a micron or a few microns, something like that. Then there was another question on how long does it take? Of course, with a mobile setup, we use X-ray tubes. The tubes themselves are moved sometimes, so they're not very heavy, and therefore they're not high-power tubes. They're 50-watt tubes. And so we use polycapillary optics to concentrate the beam to some extent. And so so what we typically use is something like 50 to 100, 200 milliseconds per pixel, which means that if you want to scan, let's say, a square meter, it takes about 24 hours. Yeah. So for the synchrotron world, let's say this is very long. It's a lot of beam time that you're using then. But in a museum, there is much more time. There is no beam time that is limited. So usually it's okay. We do overnight scans, and then in the morning we come back, and then our painting is scanned. Of course, when you have very large paintings, like the last painting I showed you, the Night Watch, which is 3 by 4 meters, that needs to be scanned in bits. You need to scan smaller parts and then collect bits of mosaic and put that all together. This takes weeks or an entire month to scan this entire thing. But for instance, the people of the Rijksmuseum, where this painting is, they've done this, and they have an enormous micro XRF map of this large painting.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Jensen. Any questions from the audience, please? Otherwise, we will move to the next talk. So thank you very much, Dr. Jensen, again for a very interesting talk. We will move to the next section, please. So the next section, the second talk, we will have the great chance by Dr. Clotilde Bouster. Dr. Bouster is the head of the imaging group at the Center of Research at the Restorations of the Musée de France, or C2RMF, which is an organization that is link between the art and science. And Dr. Bouster will give a talk in the utilization of radiation technology in the cultural heritage characterization. So please, everyone, welcome Dr. Bouster.
So thank you for introduction. I'm very pleased to be here, and I will share with you what we are doing in my laboratory. So I share my screen.
Please.
Do you see my screen?
Yes, Dr. Bouster, we can see it now.
Okay, so I'm working in C2RMF, Center for Research and Restoration of French Museum. And I will present you the work we are doing on X-ray imaging for artwork. So C2RMF is a public laboratory that is paid by French government, and we take care about all the artworks that are in the Museum of France, a lot of museums. And we has been existing since 1920, and we are in the Louvre. So the goal of this laboratory is to study the artwork and then to make restoration and curation. So we have 4 departments: restoration, research, documentation, and preventive conservation. I am in the research department, where there are 5 groups that are specialized on one kind of study. So we have object, painting, datation, Aglaé, that is a particle accelerator, a little particle accelerator. And me, I am in the head of the imaging group. So in my group, we are doing photography, UV, infrared, 3D, and we are doing X-ray imaging. Yeah, X-ray imaging. So I will talk today about X-ray imaging. So as you know, because you are specialists, I briefly introduce what is X-ray imaging for us. So we are using tubes, and we are using detector that we put behind the artworks. So the X-ray are going through the artworks, and we register attenuation. So the image that results from this is a black and white image, and there are 2 parameters modifying the registration of the attenuation of the X-ray. The first one is, of course, the atomic number, as atomic number the result depends of the atomic number. The higher, the whitest is the image. And the second is the thickness of the material. So because there are 2 parameters, we are not able to find out directly what is the material we are studying. But with art history, we are able to find out some of them because of probability in art history. So we have a lot of tubes and a lot of room dedicated to X-ray imaging. We have 3 main ones. One is for the painting, where the tube is 100 kilovolt. The second is for some light objects with a tube of 160 kilovolts. And the last one is for the very big statues and very big thick object, like or very dense with big statue of bronze and things like that. And the tube is 450 kilovolt, but it's limited to 420. So the room are perfectly safe with a wall in the good material that stops the X-ray. And we also have a mobile device, 200 kilovolts, when we have to go into the museum to do the imaging. Of course, you know, there are 3 main parameters: kilovolt, milliampere, and time, to obtain the image. So we have to play with those 3 parameters to obtain the better image, to understand how the artwork is made. And then we have some other tricks to have the better image we can, like we play with geometry to be in focus and not to have shadow, and we play with diaphragm, with filter, and we use lead sheet. The sensor we use are numerous. We still are using silver halide films because they are very big. And when we have a very big painting, it's more practical for us to still have silver halide films. And also in some cases, the resolution of the silver halide films is better than the digital devices. So we still use this, and we don't know how long because this is disappearing, silver halide films, but we are still using it. And then we have two electronic devices, one computer radiography plate for the objects that are not too big, less than 1 meter. And we also have a detector for tomography. So then I will show you how we use this and why. So radiography, like 2D radiography, it's mainly to see inside the object, of course, to see the structure of the object and where are the restoration and how it was made. That are the main question people are asking us because it's before restoration. So we have to understand the history of the object because when they come in my lab, usually we don't have any history of the object. So the first very big part of my lab is the radiography of painting. So we have been using this technique since 1930. So it's a very old technique we use for painting. And the main goal is to see the structure. So the structure of the canvas and how it is fixed on the wooden thing, how the canvas is fixed. So you can see the nails in this image. And we also see the lead white, that is a white preparation that is under the layer of the painting. So in this example, you can see the painting as it is now on the top right. So you can see it's a man alone. It's called, it's a painting from Courbet. And it's called L'homme blessé, that is means hurted man. So you can see there is only one man, but when you do the radiography, you can see the another girl that is not seen at the first time. You can see there was a girl on the painting, and the Courbet erased her. Sorry, and in fact, the history is that she was her girlfriend, and he broke, so it just disappeared. The girl on the painting, but you can see it on the radiography as it's going through. And when you look at the first drawing of Courbet, you can see it's the radiography corresponds well with the first drawing of Courbet. The second very useful tip is that you can see the canvas, and when there is cracks or deterioration in the canvas, you can see here the canvas is cracking and something is going on there. So restorer will probably restore the canvas or fix it or consolidate it. And then I did put you a famous example about La Joconde. When we do radiography, the final image is not clear at all because there is under layer that is in lead white. So the image is not really clear and we cannot see anything. So in these cases, we are doing some X-ray imaging that is not going through the artwork, but it's called emissiography. So we put the silver halide sensor in above the painting, and we register the secondary electrons that are coming back. So it analyzes only the surface. So we really have the pigment response and not all the artwork correspond. So it's really clear that what was happening. So you can see he changed the hand, for example. You can see the hand, and you can see all the details about the painting layer and not all the structure. We use radiography also a lot for objects, archaeological objects. So this is an object from Islamic world. And then you can see, I don't know if you see my pointer, you can see here it's not uniform. You can see some black and white variation. That means you have thickness variation. So that means the production mode was using a hammer to flat the metallic surface. So with radiography, we are able to find out the technique used to produce the artwork. Here is another example. So it's the wing of Samothrace Victory. That is a very big statue, 7 meters. So we made the on-site radiography, and we discovered that the wing is not a real one. It is more a little piece of marble that were put together to reconstruct the wing that we didn't know, because this was found in 1880. And when they found it, they reconstructed the wing. So you can see in the radiography all the tenons, the stud and the nails here. That, where is my pointer? Sorry. Oh, I lost my pointer. So you can see the wing is not complete. You have the white parts that are marble. It's original marble parts. Then you have the nails and the stud that put them together. And then you have a metallic structure to fix all this. And in the middle is plaster. It's the black area you can see on the radio, because the radio is going through. It does not have a high atomic number. So you can see the plaster is in the middle. And it is usually very useful to understand the structure of all the sculpture. For example, on the left, you have a marble sculpture that is highly broken. You can see the dark parts that are the broken part, and you can see also how it was repaired, how it was restored. In the middle, it's sculpture in plaster, and you can see the inner structure that was put while doing the sculpture, and you can also see the different metal pieces that are restoration. And on the right, you have an example of a very big 3 meters high bronze sculpture. And the radiography allows us to understand how it was molded, how it was made. That is very useful for art historians to understand what were the techniques at this time. And so this is 2D radiography, but now we are more using 3D radiography, that is called tomography. That is much longer to do, but that is really, really more precise and more easy to understand how the object was made. So it is used on not on painting, it's for 3D objects. So it's the same principle as radiography, but instead we do 720 images on a rotating plate. So we do each time normal radiography on a digital sensor. And then we use a software that reconstructs the wall and reconstruct the wall object. And then we can put colors, or we can put material on the 3D object, so in order to understand better. So this is an example. So this is a radiography, it's a normal radiography. Then the software is reconstructing the wall. And then we can put color to better understand what it is. Depending on the density of the radiography, we can guess what it is. So this object was found in Earth, and they gave us the object that was not cleaned. So they gave us the Earth. It's called lumps, I think, in English. So they give us a piece of Earth with the object inside, but it was not clean. We had no idea what was the object. So we put it in the radiography with Earth and everything, and we made the tomography. And then we discovered it's a knife. I put it again. So this is a radiography, and then you can reconstruct the structure, the materials, the colors, and it's wood with metal, with gold, and then this is leather, and you also have metallic sewing inside. So you can isolate, you can separate all the material in order to understand how it is made. So it's very powerful. It's very useful for art historian and also restorer. I have another example here. So this is a bronze statue. So we made the X-ray imaging, and then we reconstructed in the software. So you can see there is a lot of, you can see inside the statue. Then you can guess how it was made. And you can see also the blue, little blue part is a restoration in lead tin. The sculpture is in bronze. After you can cut the sculpture in any pieces. Here you can see, here, I will do it here. You can see a lot of marks of how it was molded. So the specialist of molding can tell how it was made. And it has a lot of indication on how it was made and how it was restored with this part that is lead tin. Because we can do segmentation depending on the materials. You can really extract what is happening and you can really understand the object. And the other thing that is really interesting in tomography is that you can do analysis and measure. You can measure the size, the thickness of the object, the thickness of all the material, and all the size that are inside the object. So it's very useful to know this in some cases. For example, this is the cases of trumpets. So we analyzed old trumpets from the 19th century, and the question was to know, are they in a good state? Do we need to restore them? And the other question was, what was the sound of those trumpets? Because we are not allowed to play them because it's a museum artifacts. So we decided to scan them and to measure all the tubes and all the size of the trumpet inside, because the sound of a music instrument is made at 80% by the size of the tube. It's not mainly made by the material of the instrument. So we did measure all the trumpets. We give this to people that are specialized in the sound, and they were able to recreate the sound of this instrument, and then they printed plastic instrument in 3D printing, and then they were able to play it. So we had an idea of what was the sound in 19th century when those instruments were made. So to measure the size, so we take the tomography, and then we can play with all the planes and just cut and after measure the size of the holes. So this was a very big study when they were able to reconstruct the sound of old materials. So because it's calibrated in size, you can have a precise measure of this. So I let finish. It's always fascinating to see how it is made inside. Oh, sorry. So I have some time, so I can go and show you something else. So these are the technique we own in situ RMF, but in some cases, those devices are not powerful enough to have the answer to the question. So we called some colleagues from other laboratory in France, for example, to make some more powerful analysis. So we use to work with gammography, that is a more powerful and precise analyze. And it's when we cannot take the statue in our lab, or when the statue is very big or the thickness is too big for our radiography device. So we call the guy from gammography, and then we do in situ measurement. So this is, you have the image of the source. And then we went, for example, in Greece to analyze this very, very big statue in bronze, and radiography was not powerful enough with 200 kilovolter, that is the device we can move of radiography. It was not powerful enough. So we made gammography of this very famous Greek statue to see what is there inside. So the results are actually being made, so I cannot show you exactly the results, but it's very useful when you have a special statue. So this is the source, the detector, and these are the first images. But we could not have with our normal radiography sources. We need a much more powerful. And then there is another case where we use another facility. It's neutron radiography. In some cases, our radiography is not precise enough, not sensitive enough, or is not suitable for what we are searching. So this is an example of Javanese statues where there is something inside. So we did some analysis in neutron radiography in CEA in France. And then so this is radio, you can see it's blurred and it's not precise enough to find out that there is something inside the statue. It's a devotion object. So with this technique, you are able to distinguish the different objects, but we cannot do this in radio. And then you can clearly see the type of object, that is paper and pieces of metal. So it's another kind of technology we use when we don't succeed having the response. So that's it for me, the conclusion. It was a very brief introduction, but then you can see why we are doing this and how we do this. So X-ray is very, very important to understand the object, the painting and the object. It's a very quick analysis for the 2D radiography, and for tomography it's much longer, but so we don't do tomography each time. It's only when the question needs that we go to tomography, because it's very long. It's a very long process, and the post-processing of tomography is very, very time consuming. So we are doing this only when it's necessary. And also the other problem of radiography, because we don't directly have the exact material, we can only guess what material it is that you have to be very careful when you do interpretation, and you have to register all the parameters you are using while you are doing the imaging, because the more precise you are in the description of the protocol, the more precise you are in the interpretation, because it's imaging, you could have some issues about how the image was made. So you could guess some wrong things if you don't really understand how it was made. So we have to be particularly careful when we give the image to people who are art historian or who are restorer, because we really need to explain them how we made the images in order for them to understand how to do the good conclusion. That is not an easy way, because you could go easily to wrong conclusion if you don't really understand how it was made. So that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Bao. We have a couple of questions, and also I think there's a question back to the Dr. Jensen as well. We will start with the question from myself first. I would like to ask that when we move from the probe of X-ray to the probe of higher energy like electrons or ions, do we have to concerns about maybe these probes will stimulate the deteriorations of the object that we study itself, or maybe any other work or studies about how these probes that accelerate the deteriorations of the objects?
So you ask me if there is any deterioration induced by those analyses. As far as we know, no, it doesn't deteriorate objects in any case. The only problem is when you want to do datation, when you want to do thermoluminescence. The X-ray is disturbing in some cases the possibility of doing datation, because when you have terracotta, earth, or some material with earth, if you do X-ray on this, you cannot do datation after, because it disturbs the possibility of doing datation. You will have wrong datation. So it's the only problem we have. So when we need to do datation and radiography, we do datation first, and then we do radiography, and then we put in the report. Don't do any datation further because it will be wrong. It's the only problem, but it's a problem. sometimes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think Dr. Nawin has a question as well. Please, Dr. Nawin.
I forgot to told you something. Sorry. We have a blog. I put this in the chat. We have a blog, sometimes in English, sometimes in French. I'm sorry, but you can see the article. I put it in the discuter, so you can find our article about all this and some images and things like that. copa.hypothese.org.
Hello, can I ask one question about radio tomography? That how much X-ray energy you use for scanning that, or for scanning and to construct the imaging?
So we use a 420 kilovolt tube. So we use the most powerful we have. Because tomography is more useful for our bronze statue, so we use the more powerful we have.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Because we are here and we also have the tomography beam light, but the energy is too low. It's about 10 to 20 kV. That for our tomography beam light, but we also have construct the LINAC beam light that may be higher energy in the MEV region. So mega electron volt region that maybe is too high. If because we don't know whether if we use a mega electron volt energy of the X-ray, is that too high for tomography or?
It's a good question. I don't think it's, I don't know, because the tomography is reconstructed from the 2D images, the 700 we have. So if you have an image with your detector, it's not too big, because the reconstruction software of tomography will take the raw images. If they are good, it will reconstruct the tomography. I don't think it's too high or not. It depends the couple device tube sensor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then we have
next question for you.
Yes. We have questions in the chat box. We have about 3 to 4 questions right now. I think this question is for Dr. Strauss and also Dr. Jansen as well. The question is, could you share the experience to access to the, I would interpret it a little bit. Could you share the experience to access to the very expensive object? That how could you get it to do the measurements? Do you have to do the insurance about that? And how much does it cost? I think if it by means of if the object is a private,
so I will.
How much does it cost for the measurements, please?
I will answer first. So my laboratory is public, so we are not allowed to measure private objects. So that's it. So because my laboratory is public, we are only analyzing public objects, and it could be millions, but we don't, it's not a problem because it is owned by government. So it's free. For the museum, it's free. For us, it's free. The insurance is the insurance of government, of the museum. So we don't take care about this. In some cases, because we analyze some objects from a broad museum, for example, Rijksmuseum or another museum, then you have an insurance because it's not from the government and you have to pay the insurance. And if it's expensive, the assurance will be expensive.
Thank you very much. Dr. Jansen, would you share experience in different way? I think Dr. Jansen maybe is not with us right now. Dr. Navin, do you have any further questions?
I have one more interesting questions about moving object between the country. Do you have any issue or do you have to prepare some document if you want to move or if you want to measure the object from different country apart from your own country?
It's possible. We have to do a contract. So, for example, we are receiving a lot of statues from Cambodia next month because there is a contract between Cambodia and France, and they did agree to send us all the statues they want to analyze. And then we also go to Cambodia to analyze the biggest statue that are not able to travel. So you have to contact them and then see if we can do an agreement, depending on a lot of things. But if you are not allowed to do this in other country than France, we can argue and we can make a special research contract. It's possible. Or we can go in Asia.
Okay.
We would like to go in Asia.
Yeah, because we thinking of this problem or how we're gonna do with the Asia country about moving the object around the area. Okay, but we have something from you. That's good.
You have I've been in Thailand to train Chulalongkorn University about radiography of artwork. So maybe in your own country, you are able to find a place where they have the devices, but the knowledge of particular cultural heritage protocol, you can ask us or you can ask another country. But maybe you could find an in-between way, because I know Chulalongkorn University is doing this, so I've been there. So I don't know, but you can write me and we can find a way to find a solution.
Thank you very much. We have the other two questions, and then I will cut to move to the next session. The first one of these two is that the audience noticed that the face and the hands of Mona Lisa are dark in the emission graphics photo. Which pigment did Da Vinci use instead of the lead white?
Yes.
Since the face and the hand are painted in the light tone.
Yeah, there is a lot of lead white. And where do you want to know? In which?
The question said that the face and the hands of Mona Lisa are dark.
Because there is no lead white in the hand.
Okay, so they are used different pigments, right? Yes, you mean?
Mm.
Okay, and the last one for questions from the Uzi is that about the trumpet that you mentioned in the slide, and the tomography image in the slide that measure the thickness of the samples. So you can measure the thickness of the samples and why the border of the sample is very sharp while the inside is not clear.
Why the inside is not clear? When you look at the tomography, I don't know. Sorry, I'm looking in the image just to find out which one you are. Sorry, just like, I don't know, my screen is not shared anymore, I think. I am not sure I understand your question, because when you have only the radio images that are moving, so you can do the moving 3D only with the radio, the border are not always sharp. The software that is reconstructing the image is able to find out the shadow and the unsharpness of the radio images, and then to reconstruct the wall. So when you look at the reconstructed images, it's a very precise. When you look at the radiography, pure, untreated images, you could have some shadow, some out of focus, some non-clear things. But because it's rotating, the software is able to reconstruct the thickness and the precise wall at the end. So I don't know which image you were talking about, but if it's raw radiography, it's normal. Not every part is precise, because you have out of focus projection, you have shadow, you have a lot of radiographic optical things that are happening on the 2D radio. But the reconstruction is able to find out all those problems and to do the final 3D that is very precise.
Maybe I can add some more. I mean that you did a reconstruction, right? And you show us the image, the video of the image. And then I saw there's the image of your reconstruction. So that's in the border, this is very good image. This is very sharp in the peripheral, but and if you go down like more to the inside, I think it's like much more blurring. But I don't know if it's only just if I just did a mistake, because I only saw in your video, right? In this case, I don't know, but and then that's why I just asked you how you measure the thickness of the sample, because when you do just you slice from the top to the bottom. And then I saw this image, the image reconstruction. I did also for the image reconstruction, and I see that is, I know your data is, it's difficult to see how to measure the thickness, especially the thickness of the sample, because you need to reconstruct it in the end, right? And you need to measure that the thickness of for every single part of the trumpet. Yeah, that's my question.
Yeah, it's because the image I showed you cutting this way, it was the radio image on the left. It was not the reconstructed image. So that's why it was not very precise. But at the end, we have a very precise reconstruction, and we have the software that allow us to measure each part and to have really precise measures that are trustable. I did not show you that.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So we will move to the next talk. So everyone, please, thank you, Dr. Baus again, Maxi Buku. Okay, so the next talk, yes, we will move to the third talk of today. We run a little bit late, but I think everyone has enjoyed about the talk, because every talk is very interesting. So I would like to invite Dr. Laurent Cotelia for the third talk of today. And Dr. Cotelia worked as a nuclear and material scientist for 20 years, and then moved to the Arc Nuclear, which is a small group in the French Commission for Atomic Energy for the French Ministry of Culture at Grenoble City, which is both a laboratory and a cultural heritage preservation workshop. And today we have a great chance that Dr. Cotelia will give us a talk in the topic of preservation of cultural heritage using radiations. So please, everyone, welcome Dr. Cotelia, please.
Thank you very much. Okay, okay. I can. I'm not sure you've got my.
Yes, we can see your chat.
Okay, so I can
but it's
put
not
it
full screen yet.
Yes, I try to put it in full screen. So
yes, yes, it is now. Okay, the connection is lacking a little bit. Dr. Kotela, are you with us? While we wait for, okay, we have to wait, I think, for Dr. Cortelia to get back to the connection.
Light Research Institute Public Organization, or SLRI, is established under the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, formerly as the Ministry of Science and Technology, to serve as the country's central laboratory equipped with state-of-the-art scientific facilities. SLRI has also substantially promoted creation of scientific bodies of knowledge among researchers from both public and private sectors. The creation, later on, leads to new technologies that will eventually be developed into innovations to upgrade life quality of Thai people. The important research facility, which is as a heart of research, works as a product of full efforts and devotions of SLRI, is the light source with high intensity. The stated light source produces light with over 1 million times brighter than the sunlight. Researchers can fully utilize the light for study, research and development purposes. For example, application of the light to study structure in atomic scale of different materials to understand their physical properties, such as hardness, elasticity, and conductivity, and improvement of substance properties. This high-intensity light source is called a synchrotron light source. It is capable to produce light with properties superior to those generated from other sources, including tremendously high intensity and with wide wavelength covering infrared, ultraviolet, and X-rays. This is a special property, benefits the view of internal physical structure in every scale and can be of great use. For example, from studying biomolecular bonds in the cells of living organisms using infrared light, testing chemical state of elements contaminated on metal surface using ultraviolet light, to study the structure of protein crystals using X-ray. All these unique properties of synchrotron light are key factors helping researchers to get to know and understand nature and matter behavior. They can also be applied to efficiently solve production problems and develop new products in industrial sector. The synchrotron light source generates synchrotron light from particles called electrons, which are released from current heated metal surface. Then, a large number of electrons are transferred into the particle accelerator, where their speed is accelerated until it is close to the speed of light, or 300,000 kilometers per second. After that, the electrons are sent into the electron storage ring, where synchrotron light is generated. Electrons in the vacuum tube are forced to abruptly change direction. They lose energy and finally emit energy in the form of synchrotron light. The generated synchrotron light needs beamlines in order to make use of the light in various purposes. Scientists, therefore, have designed beamlines to transfer the synchrotron light to the experimental end stations. The synchrotron light source at SLRI is one of around 50 synchrotron light sources located in 20 science and technology leading countries around the world. The SLRI synchrotron light source contains a capacity of 1.2 giga-electron volts with a storage ring with circumference of 81.3 meters. The 12 beamlines are currently available for researchers to be used for studies and cover almost every field, such as agriculture, environment, food, medicine, cosmetics, material sciences, and various industries such as rubber, polymer, metal, cement, construction materials, etc. Apart from the synchrotron light, SLRI is developing many different related synchrotron technologies. For example, vacuum technology, high accuracy control technology, radio frequency technology, and microstructure production technology. These technologies will be tremendously beneficial to the country's industries. Over the past 10 years of service, SLRI has moved forward alongside researchers with over 900 prominent research results. SLRI also supports Thai industries and has created several million baht of economic value over the past 7 years. With high expertise and experience of colleagues, SLRI is confident and proud to take part in supporting Thai industries and the country for continued and sustainable development in order to upgrade life quality and better living of people and to drive science, technology and innovation as a part of people's way of living in the 21st century.
In a world that never stops turning, science has always been an integral part of the progress and advancement of human society. More than 100 years ago, a new branch of advanced science called nuclear technology emerged. It was the discovery of the century that marked a quantum leap in our world's development, especially in medicine and public health, food and agricultural industries, and electricity generation. About 60 years ago, with support from the United States of America, Thailand successfully built the country's first research reactor. The year 1962 marked the beginning of Thailand's mission on the research and development of nuclear technology. Since then, the benefits of nuclear technology have been demonstrated through its various uses. In 2006, the government approved the establishment of the Thailand Institute of Nuclear Technology, a public organization, with missions of research and development, as well as promoting the benefits of nuclear technology. TIN's mission in research and development, spanning many aspects of the technology in response to user demand, include the following. Medicine and public health. Radioisotope research has led to the development of radiopharmaceuticals that are used in medical diagnosis and treatments for cancer and tumors. Materials, science, and industry. Radiation can be used to improve the properties of various materials, from making the materials more environmentally friendly to creating innovative products. Biotechnology and agriculture. irradiation technology has been used in improving plant breathing, controlling fruit fly population through radiation sterilization, and developing plant hormones for disease resistance. Environmental technology. Isotopes have been used in water resource management and groundwater studies. Moreover, nuclear technology has also been applied in archaeological study and research and in the restoration of national treasures. In addition to our mission of research and development, the Thailand Institute of Nuclear Technology also provides many technical services.
Hi, we get back to the schedule. Somehow, from the technical issue, we cannot get contact with Dr. Korchaya right now. So I will propose that we will move the fourth talk up, that we can continue our symposium. So for the next talk, I would like to ask Dr. Muhammad Rawi Muhammad Zin from Malaysian Nuclear Agency, Malaysia. Dr. Rawi currently is in the field of industrial advisor for the Nuclear Engineering School of University Technology, Malaysia, and also responsible for the neutron imaging and tomography facility in nuclear Malaysia. Dr. Rawi expertise concerning on various techniques such as small and wide angle X-ray scattering, gamma ray computed tomography, and 3D neutron tomography for the cultural heritage research. So everyone, please welcome Dr. Rawi, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And also thank you for your kind introduction. So before I proceed, I have to share my screen first, but I cannot share because, okay. So you have to release the screen and release to me the screen first.
Okay, you can share it now, Dr. Rawi, please.
All right, okay. Yeah, sure. Okay, how about now? Can you see my screen?
Yes. Please make it full screen, please.
All right, okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Muhammad Rawi Muhammad Zain. Actually, together with me is Dr. Shamuddin Hussain. So I will present about 10 to 15 minutes, and I hand over to Shamuddin for 10 to 15 minutes. Okay. So yes. Our presentation actually regarding the research on ecological object using nuclear research reactor in Malaysia. Content of my presentation will include the introduction and also I will touch a little bit about major facility and equipment available in Malaysian Nuclear Agency, and also I will touch a little bit about the main research facility such as reactor Tregamat 2 and Postpati, and talking about conservation of cultural heritage artifact and also case study will be presented by Dr. Shamuddin later on. All right. Okay, little bit history about Malaysian Nuclear Agency, especially on the establishment of the Postpati. Actually started in 19 September in 1972, and the name known now actually the Malaysian Nuclear Agency. So we have several names before. Even though our name changes, but the vision and mission are still the same. The vision actually to generation of knowledge on nuclear science and technology for wealth creation and societal well-being in Malaysia. And also our mission actually to excellence in research and application of nuclear technology for sustainable development. One of focus of research actually on cultural heritage studies. We are working together with museum departments. I believe one of them or more maybe join us this afternoon. Okay, these are the facilities that are available in Malaysian Nuclear Agency. I will focus on the reactor applications, but we have several facilities regarding the gamma greenhouse, Sinagama, which is irradiation facility using gamma irradiation, and we also have the electron beam facilities, especially for cross-linking application here for wire and cable purposes, and we have a facility for medical radioisotope studies. They obtain radioisotope for medical from the reactor, and I will be focused on this facility here, the Puspati Trigger reactor. Puspati Trigger reactor has been designed for 1 megawatt power or megawatt thermal power, but due to several reasons, we normally operate this reactor around 750 kilowatt power only. The purpose actually to slow down utilization of fuels. But with this current power, we still can use this reactor for several applications, except for some radioisotope production for medical application has been stopped because the focus on the NAE application, neutron beam application, and so on. Okay, as I think most of you know already about our reactor beam port. Actually, our reactor have for horizontal beam port. Here we have beam port number tangential beam port, which is a beam port number 3, and here actually we have a beam port number 1, and the other side here actually beam port number 4, and beam port number 3 here actually for neutron imaging. So here actually neutron radiography as well as the neutron tomography utilization has been done using beam port number 3 here. Okay, for cross-sectional view from the side, cross-sectional view, so we can imagine that neutron imaging facility, here we call it NURI, neutron radiography and imaging. Okay, we have both, we have digital camera as well as several equipment for neutron radiography as well as for neutron tomography. Okay. Um, with this configuration, actually, we are planning to conduct a combined experiment for several ecological objects, especially for the high value ecological object, for defining the or determining the signature of the object. So we want to hello?
Dr. Rawi? Yes,
Yeah?
yes, please, yes.
Okay, we have the neutron radiography and neutron tomography facility here. So we want to, actually we have planned to do the combined experiment between neutron imaging with the prompt gamma neutron activation analysis for one of the object, which will be presented by Dr. Hisham later on, right? And this is the principle of neutron tomography, which is already known. And actually, we have in-house method to construct the cyanogram as well as the tomogram from the slides, but due to some several technical issues, until now we could not get a proper actually the tomogram image like here. Some noise still disrupt the image, so we could not get a proper image, but I hope in the future we will obtain a good image of tomogram. Okay. And these are the example of tomography image we able to obtain so far. And actually, we do not have yet tomography images for ecological object, but we have a radiography object will be presented later on by Dr. Hisham. Okay. And this is the example of the object that we obtained. Actually, the spider here, actually, I obtained not from my reactor, but in these studies, actually, we want to check whether the spider here is the original one or the fake one. And these are tomography images. Actually, the tomography images we obtain from the tomography system Dingo in Amstel. Okay, but we do not have the good. As I mentioned earlier, due to some issues, we could not get tomography image as good as this image, right? I think that's all from my part. I will hand over to Dr. Shamuddin to continue. So, back give to you, Dr. Shamuddin, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ravi. I will continue our presentation for the characterization techniques and some case study. So for us, in order to get more information about the artifact, there are several techniques that we can consider in order to, for the purpose of preservation and its restoration, and for the provenancing, for dating, as well as for the verification of the authenticity. So not all the technique can be suitable for all types of artifact from our experience, because for some reason, certain artifacts are too small, which may cause some problem with the resolution, and some are too big and not suitable for analysis using certain equipment due to sample, the size of sample chamber or sample stage. So from here you can see some of the method or equipment used in our study. So we have the neutron radiography to study the internal structure, and we have the neutron activation analysis and PG and AA for elemental analysis, and we have X-ray and gamma radiography. We have the XRD and as well as NDT technique using the eddy current and ultrasonic testing for material and structural integrity, as well as for provenincing. And we do have the EDSRF and WDSRF, and we have the micro CT X-ray. And one of the most common equipment that we use for the characterization of the cultural heritage is SEM, scanning electron microscope, equipped with the EDX and WDX. And we are also having the TL dating and radio carbon dating. And for the case studies, we can see here, as mentioned by Dr. Ravi, so we do have collaboration with the Department of Museum Malaysia. It is actually mutually benefited both sides actually. Through this collaboration, we can promote the scientific approach, especially using nuclear technique in studying the artifact to the museum committee as well as to the public. And we also help the museum to find the answer about the artifact and add value to the exhibition. For the first case here, you can see this is our preliminary analysis on the Malaysia Cup. It is actually not a current Malaysia Cup. It is the previous cup which was used back in 1921, and they stopped using this cup, if I'm not mistaken, in 1961. So this Malaysia Cup, previously known as HMS Malaya Cup, and brought over to Malaya, to Malaysia. Previously, Malaysia from England by HMS Malaya ship and used in football in 1921. So you can see here is the neutron radiographic image reveal. The interesting part is here is you can see here the bottom lower body of the cup here. You can see the image reveal the organic glue used. This actually used to hold the lead. Actually, lead is used to give the weight stability to the cup, and this lead is already removed by Department of the Museum. Prior to this neutron radiography imaging, we do conducted the XRF analysis and also eddy current technique to confirm the element. And from the report, it's shown that it is made of the sterling silver, and it is confirmed that it is sterling silver. This is the X-ray radiographic image clearly reveal the joint part of the HMS Malaya Cup. So from this image, you can we would like to see how the joint is made, and also we would like to know the strength of the joint, because it is important for us to handle this big cup. So for the second case is about the conservation of all rifle. This all rifle actually is from the World War II. So this is also, we got this from the Department of Museum of Malaysia. In this case, before the conservation work to be conducted, so we took the rifle and conducted gamma and neutron imaging to see the internal structure of the corroded rifle. So from the result, you can see here is we have conducted gamma radiograph and the neutron radiography. So for the left side is a gamma radiograph, the right is the neutron radiograph. The image has successfully revealed the metal component of the rifle. The process is quick for the gamma radiograph, but for the rifle B, it is under neutron radiography. We can see more detailed image, which we can see this area is the bullet casing area, which fill up with soil. So with the information, we know that where is the most important part for us to be clear up with, to get a good to do the good conservation. So this is the another case of analysis of and characterization of textile. So this textile is we have the metal thread embroidery where this is used in the by the royal family. So for this work done on all textile, it's the metal thread was embroidered, stitched onto the textile. In order to get information about the metal composition used, the metal we cut into a small, very small part, as in the picture here. You can see from the picture here, we have conducted the NAA and also the SEM EDX analysis for the metal sample. For this 1 and 2 is the metal thread where are available commercially in market, and this one number 3 is the one from the old textile. So from the old textile, we can see a composition which consists of a small amount of gold, same as the one with at the middle here, because this metal thread which is commercially available also is quite expensive, so it consists a little bit of gold. So on top, for the top one, it is very cheap metal thread without any gold content. So this is the elemental mapping used. We use the EDX elemental mapping. So from here, for the old metal thread, we can see here the distribution of gold in blue, and the major element the silver on the surface, where the second one, the new the commercial one, the major element is copper, and the second one is zinc. So this one, we do the morphology. You can see the morphology of sample view using SEM micrograph at 400 times magnification for the old and commercial thread. So from here also we can see clearly the rolling mark for the commercial sample, and the old shows no mechanical strain or longitudinal striation. So here you can see very clearly the rolling marks. So this one, another case about the chimney bricks. This chimney bricks is obtained from the one of the museum in Malaysia. So we do the neutron imaging for this. Is actually a preliminary study. So to see the what are the internal structure of this brick. So neutron imaging on the chimney brick, and we compare it with the commercial fire brick. We can see it reveals the grain structure of the brick. So this for the sample, this is the chimney brick, and this one is the commercial brick. So this sample shows cause aggregate mix in decomposition. This morphology can also be seen under optical microscope, which you can see on top of this, the picture on top here. So this is the chimney brick, and this one is the commercial brick. So the aggregate was analyzed under the scanning electron microscope, using the EDX analysis, and we do EDX analysis on the big grain here. So for this big grain here, you can see the composition of the silica and aluminum, which shows that most likely it is a sand. And last but not least, we do have this study on the pottery from a shipwreck. So this pottery was obtained from a shipwreck, the Dutch ship at the Malacca Strait, which believe was sunk in 1606, and then that ship carry many types of pottery from different region. So we took these two sample of pottery for analysis. We use the neutron radiography, and also we conduct the SEM EDX analysis, and also we do some XRF analysis for this sample. So from the result here, you can see the internal structure of the crack for this pottery at the from the top view and also at the lateral view. And this is the result from the SEM analysis. This micrograph of this cross section, you can see this very like a clean layer here, very dense layer here is the glaze, and this one is the base material. Sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. This is the analysis of the EDX analysis for the base material. You can see it is a different composition of element as compared to the glaze, and you can see also the morphology of the base material and the dense morphology for the cross section for the glaze layer. So this one we got this information after we do analysis on the small fragment of pottery of this shipwreck pottery. So for the base material here, you can see as compared to the glaze, it is high percentage of silica and oxygen and aluminium from the clay, and the glaze composition was rich in calcium and kalium. So I think with that, I thank you.
So thank you very much. That's all from both of us. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Terima kasih, Dr. Rawi and Dr.
Terima
Hisham.
kasih.
Terima kasih. Yeah. Okay. So we have questions from the audience. You can ask Dr. Rawi and Dr. Hisham now. Okay, if not, we may have a question later on in a discussion room later. So we will move to the last but not least sessions that we will get Dr. Cortelia back to the talk. I'm not sure. Dr. Cortelia, are you ready now?
I hope so. I'm very sorry of what happened. I was disconnected and I didn't notice. So I do the presentation for myself. Sorry.
That's fine. That's fine.
I will try again.
Yes.
And
yes, please. Yes.
Control. Oh, what happened?
It's on now.
It's on?
Yes.
Okay. There is something strange. Okay. I try to put it on why? It's on?
Yes, it's full screen now, Dr. Cortella. Uh-oh.
Have you got my my presentation?
Your presentation is lost, but you still are with us.
I will try again.
Do you want us to share your presentation?
Try again. Is it okay? Do you have my presentation now?
Yes, we can see it now.
Okay, so I will try to control everything is okay. My presentation is about cultural heritage preservation using this irradiation technology. Is it, why I would like the first slide to pass, but it doesn't. Like this or like this, maybe. Okay, you've got the second slide. It's okay?
Yes, it is the second now.
Okay.
Yes.
So the structure in which I am working is called ARC, Nuclear Art. It is born in the early 70s, from more than 50 years ago, from the idea of using nuclear techniques for heritage conservation. It is located in Grenoble, the biggest city of French Alps, in the middle of a big research center of the French Commission for Atomic Energy, the CEA. And today it is both a workshop offering service for conservation and a laboratory making research to improve the techniques for conservation. So I will not talk here about characterization of cultural heritage artifacts as for the other topics, but about their conservation, which is, according ICOM-CC definition, measures and action aimed at safeguarding tangible cultural heritage while ensuring its accessibility to present and future generations. And more precisely, I will talk about remedial conservation, i.e. action that directly apply to an item or group of items with the objective to arrest current damaging processes or to reinforce their structure. In other words, these are treatments that directly apply to cultural heritage artifacts to stabilize them. For this purpose of conservation, our tool is a cobalt-60 pool irradiator. It delivers intense gamma rays from highly radioactive sources. The irradiation chamber is a kind of bunker with 1.5 meters concrete wall. Once set inside, artifact can be irradiated with very high intensity of gamma radiation from sources distributed on a source rack, which is winch for pulling it up from the pool where it is stored. So, what to do with high gamma irradiation? First, arresting damaging biodeterioration using biocidal effects of gamma rays. Secondly, reinforcing items by radiocurable resins if necessary. You understand that we are exactly in the scope of this remedial conservation. Let's start with fighting against biodeterioration. The word biodegradation is better used when talking about positive and indeed very friendly effect when it comes to our waste. It is just the natural way to eliminate organics. But when biodeterioration is about our heritage, it is a real problem. It is one of the main concerns leading to serious and irreversible damages in cultural heritage artifacts. Mine pests are insects and fungi, and we can say rot, mold that are fungi, able to make disappear, for instance, a piece of wood in less than 1 human generation. So the idea is that we can stop such damaging process by sample exposure to biocidal effect of gamma ray. It is just a matter of dosage. The dose is the absorbed energy per unit of mass. The unit is the gray, which is 1 joule per kilogram. For insects, we know that we will reach the deterministic death, whatever the life stage, whatever the species of insect, after 500 gray. Over this dose, the more it is irradiated, the more the insect will die quickly. For microorganisms and fungi, it is not the same. The death will come in a probabilistic manner. The dose that will divide the microorganism population by 10, said D10, usually range in kilogray order of magnitude or a bit less, depending on the species. If you irradiate again with the same D10 dose, you will divide again the 10% survivor by 10, leading to only 1% survivors, and so on. So the dose to apply will theoretically depends on this D10 value on the different species, but also on the initial bioburden and on the level of cleanliness you want to reach, for instance, the one in a normal museum, a clean museum, because you know that there is always pore and you cannot sterilize at the absolute zero. This is no sense. By default, we use dose between 5 and 10 kilograms. Just to have an idea of what those mean, such doses, classical doses in human activity, for instance, radiography, are about milligray, while few gray will kill human in a deterministic way. On the other side of the scale, the standardized minimum dose for medical sterilization is 25 kilogray, able to kill almost any form of pathogen, reducing the population to a non-dangerous level. Having regard to such high doses, the other concern is the harmlessness. Behavior of material under irradiation have been largely studied from the early discovery of radioactivity, included by Marie Curie. It is an important field for nuclear application, but also for space, for medical, pharmaceutical, and cosmetic sterilization, for food sanitization, and also for cultural heritage. And once again, it is a matter of dose. The first effect that can give us some problem is the activation of color center in transparent material. It can occur even before 1 kilogray at a slightly level. Then, depending on the type of material, at about tenths of kilogray, you can have cross-linking in polymer that can be understood as a kind of stabilization for natural polymer, but that is also modification of the original material. And then with a bit higher doses, you'll have chain scission, radio-oxidation, and other problem deterioration effect. Just to show some results, it was verified that transparent or translucent gemstones actually change of color with high doses. Even at the beginning of our biocidal dose range. So that kind of ornament is a real contraindication to irradiation treatment. On the other hand, opaque gemstone like lapis lazuli or jasper did not. Of course, because of those color changes in transparent materials, we were afraid of some concern with polychromies. But European traditional pigments and binder, for instance, are very resistant to irradiation, at least until 100 kilogray, which is much more than what can be used for those treatments. About physical integrity. It is well known that cellulose is one of the more fragile molecules regarding its behavior under irradiation. However, measurable chain at fungicide doses doesn't imply macroscopic degradation of pure cellulose paper before 1 order of magnitude more. And this is due to the preponderance of intra and intermolecular hydrogen bonds in the property of cellulose. So that even for paper, in case of real conservation issue, of course, irradiation treatment is a relevant method by comparison with alternative ones, including the alternative doing nothing, which surely lead to much more damages. So how do we proceed? Here is, for instance, the irradiation for insect eradication of a Japanese palanquin. I must mention that some years before this treatment, we had already made a study which revealed Japanese lacquer to be very stable under irradiation. So it was really not a problem to irradiate this artifact. So firstly, we have to set up the artifact in the irradiation chamber in a place where we know the intensity of radiation, the dose rates. Then we evacuate, close the door, and pull up the sources into the irradiation chamber to initiate the irradiation. Here is what we can see in the chamber. With the source rack, you can see some tubes, and in the back side, you can see the palanquin after the source rack. We have to turn the object at mid-irradiation in order to have a good homogeneity of doses. And then, second part of the irradiation, exactly the same, but from the other side. Mastering and control of the dose is the key for reliability. For instance, always with the Japanese palanquin, we can model it by a homogeneous parallelepiped to set the condition of irradiation. We can calculate the dose rate inside the volume by cumulating the dose rate contribution from discrete element of sources, taking into account attenuation is the volume of the artifact, for instance, according its average density. To get the dose, we have to integrate the calculated dose rate on the exposure time, taking into account a reversal at mid-irradiation. Not surprisingly, the maximum dose is on each front side and back side, which are symmetric, and minimum dose is on the middle plane, in this case, at left and right side on the top. We can control the calculation results using routine dosimeter, and the result is usually in very good accordance, better than plus minus 15%, and whatever, in any case, better than 30%, which is enough for this kind of application. In case we need more accuracy, we can now also use Monte Carlo simulation, which is a method that allows us to model even the diffusivity phenomena in 3D complex configuration. It was done, for instance, in the case of an Egyptian mummy that was frozen after a flood to avoid fungi growth, and that needed to be irradiated before to be thawed and dried in our laboratory. From 50 years, we started this activity. We have treated tens of thousands cubic meters of cultural heritage artifacts, furniture, a wooden sculpture, ethnical object, musical instrument, natural history specimen, also modern art. Something quite new in France, we now also treat archive for fungi decontamination. And we've done it for the National Archive, 11 linear kilometers of archive were treated like this. And of course, some uncommon customer like this frozen baby mammoth that was treated in 2010 for sanitary reason in order to kill potential dangerous bacteria like Anthracis bacillus, which in turn help also to its conservation. Or some mummies, the most famous one being, of course, Ramses II that we treated in 1977 for fungi concerns. The other technique using high gamma ray irradiation is for reinforcing structure of fragile porous material. The idea is to use radio-curable resin, gamma ray being just the tool that makes it harden inside the wood microporosity. You can see here the case of a wooden polychrome sculpture of Saint Maurice. We call this method the NucleArt method, after the name that was chosen 50 years ago when our pioneers used it for the first time in our laboratory. Indeed, it is historically the first application for cultural heritage that we made, with the consolidation of this nice parquet floor from a famous cabinet maker in our city of Grenoble. It was in 1970, so more than 50 years ago. How does it work? In the first step, the micro porosity of the artifact has to be filled with the resin by a vacuum pressure impregnation process. And then we make it harden by the ionizing effect of gamma ray. The resin we use is styrene unsaturated polyester, and thanks to ionization, we induce cross-linking of the resin that stay and still fill the wool microporosity thanks to the capillarity forces. Such consolidation is really very efficient, but it is also very invasive. The artifact becomes heavier, the color may darken and enhance to some extent, and above all, it is absolutely irreversible. So, considering ethics, it will be used only in some special justified cases. For instance, as the last chance technique when conventional techniques are not able to meet the conservation issue. Can be, for instance, for wooden sculpture, very weakened wooden sculpture, or when a powerful mechanical reinforcement is needed to conserve functionality of the artifact, like in the case of the parquet floor, for instance. It can be also justified in the case of the treatment of archaeological waterlogged wood, taking advantage of the very good chemical stability of the hardened resin with comparison to other techniques, at least in some cases. Here is the case of a extremely weakened polychrome wooden sculpture. You can see a strong attack by Xylophagous insect. Before to undertake the complete consolidation, our conservator tried to clean and fix what was possible with conventional techniques. Then the different pieces were impregnated and irradiated to solidify the inside resin. And finally, it was possible to reassemble and do again classical restoration with structural filling, fine putty, color retouching, and even a support before it could be exhibited again in the church. I will now finish this talk with the case of the conservation and restoration of an exceptional Gallo-Roman boat, 31 meters long, found in Rhône River in Arles, in south of France. Our team was involved from the excavation to the museum, from the side of the river, not inside the river, but from the side in the river. The boat was cut in 10 sections underwater before to be taken from the underwater, as it was not possible to recover it in only one piece, nor to treat it in our laboratory in only one piece. Then our team dismantled it before to transport all the pieces to our workshop. Here is the first section, the pro, in the condition it was taken from the river. As you can see, there are still a lot of sediment, but it is very interesting because the wood was originally reinforced by iron plates. However, because of these plates, iron plates, it was not possible to dismantle it anymore, and for the others, as it was made for the other sections. Moreover, it was a real problem for conservation, as we know that conventional polyethylene glycol, PEG, and freeze-drying treatments, which are really the universal treatment, will lead to corrosion of the metal and acidification of the wood because of presence of iron and sulfur. That's why it was decided to treat this section by a so-called combined nuclear treatment instead of only the classical PEG freeze drying as for the other sections. So it consists in a first conventional PEG freeze drying with classical osmotic impregnation, but with lower content of PEG in the water solution. Then the freeze drying with one of our big freeze dryer, after which this first classical part of the treatment have to be completed by the so-called nuclear radio curing of polyester styrene, filling the remaining porosity. Here you can see the pro inside a modern wood frame at the end of the vacuum pressure impregnation of styrene polyester. And finally, the irradiation. You can see here the handling inside the irradiation chamber with cleaning of the excess of resin just before irradiation. After the treatment of all pieces, it was possible to reassemble the whole boat on a special made support in the museum. These are the last pieces treated only with conventional PEG method. And finally, reassembly of the PRU, which was treated with this combined nuclear method. And here is the boat in exhibition in the museum. Also, the mass was treated with this nuclear method because it had to be in vertical position and it had to be reinforced much more than with the conventional PEG freeze drying. So I hope you will agree with me that such opportunity of using ionizing radiation to treat artifacts to their remedial conservation, arresting current damaging processes, or reinforcing their structure could be very relevant and should not be overlooked. Once again, I would like to insist that this method must be taken into account according to the conservation issues. They will often be perfectly in line with the ethics of the principle of least intervention, at least for biocidal treatments, but may sometimes require compromises, in particular when the use of radiocurable resins proves necessary. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cotella, Maxi. Do we have questions from the audience right now about the talk from Dr. Cotella? Okay, okay, we have a question from the audience in the chat box, Dr. Cotella. I may read it out. So first, thank you for your interesting presentation. Can you say anything about the X-ray irradiations as an alternative to gamma irradiation for the decontamination of the cultural heritage, especially archival material or paper? Is it effective, and is the impact similar to the gamma irradiations that we have been using the gamma irradiation for a long time, but have been told we need to switch to X-ray because the decreasing capacity at the gamma irradiation facilities?
Okay. Well, for principle, it is exactly the same. A photon, if it is gamma or X, if it has almost the same energy, will not change anything. The problem is how to manage with X-ray. So you've got this new kind of irradiator using E-beam conversion to get a beam of X-ray, not a large irradiation, panoramic irradiation. So You have to scan the object to make a very special scan for any kind of object. So I think it is more difficult to manage. And also, you have to, the object have to been moved during the irradiation. So it's not so easy to manage, but from principle, it is exactly the same. So why not? My point of view, it is really more easy with gamma ray. Gamma ray, you have a panoramic irradiation, so it's really more easy to manage the homogeneity of the dose. And no problem of shadowing because the dose came from any side, from each side.
Okay, thank you. And we have another question is when using combined nuclear and the PEG method, how was the metal isolated from the PEG in water solution?
So the conventional PEG method is 2 baths for at least 4 months. In the case of the combined nuclear PEG method, it's only 1 bath with less PEG concentration. So it's about 4 months, at least 4 months. So it's quite long, but it is effective to limit the problem of corrosion. It's not the absolute solution, but it's a good mitigation.
Okay. Do you have the other questions? I also have some questions as well about how to restorations of the ancient wooden boat or ship,
Yes.
because I heard that naturally it has been conserved itself in the water or under the ground itself. When
Yes.
we dig it up, it's like they destroy the old system. We dig it up and we use irradiation to maybe to get rid of the other microorganism things. And then we try to preserve it in air instead of maybe 1,000 years already that they preserve it in water. So the decay rate has it been compared that is, if it still be there, is also good, or what we did is better?
So the problem of waterlogged wood, archaeological waterlogged wood, is that he lose almost all the cellulose. There is at the end in very degraded archaeological wood, you've got only the lignin, no more cellulose. And when during drying, when the water go away from the microporosity, the cellular wall are not able to compensate the capillarity force, and the wood will directly collapse. You will lose something like 80% of the volume. So it is completely destroyed. And it's a collapse. It's not something like a sponge that will take again the shape after rehydrating. No, here it will be broken. All the cellular wall will break. That's why we use the freeze drying to dry it. Of course, maybe you can use only freeze drying to dry the wood, but in air it is very dangerous. But even if you use only freeze drying, you will have a lot of small crack, and it will be very fragile. That's why the universal technique is to use PEG impregnation before freeze drying. Of course, if you use the nuclear technique that will fill completely the microporosity by very stable resin, it will be really more resistant than only with PEG and freeze drying. That's a balance. But it is irreversible.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, I will ask for the last questions of today's symposiums. That the question from the Kun Piyanat, that's how long would the preservation last? From your experience, that will the object need to be treated again, for example, in the next 30 to 40 years time?
The irradiation for biocidal treatment is only curative. There is no preventive effect at all. So that means that if you place the object in a contaminated area or in presence of some new insect, they will eat the same. So it's not a question of time, it's a question of prevention that you may do after the treatment. With the treatment, you kill what there is inside the wood, but if it come again from external, it will start again. So it can be a few days. So you have to manage preventive measure around the object. With the impregnation, of course, it is completely different. This kind of treatment is irreversible, so you cannot do it again. But it is very, very stable, so it is supposed to last for a century.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I think no more question. I would say that this is it for today. So thank you very much.
I apologize for the problem of connection. I'm very sorry, but
no problem at all. No problem at all. We appreciate that you still with us, and finally we can get the talk from you. So everyone would like to thank Dr. Cortelia again.
Thank you very much.
Yes, and for today, I think that's the end of today. Before we leave the meeting room, this is the QR code, and also in the chat box there are the link of the address to get you to the questionnaire. This questionnaire that will help us for the tomorrow activities. So please, everyone, that's take it as a homework that to answer the questions in the questionnaires, and then tomorrow we will use this information in the breakout room session for tomorrow. And I would like to remind that tomorrow we start at the same time as today. So all of the Zoom rooms will open since 12, and then we'll start the official sessions at the 1 p.m. Thailand time, and then we run in the very interesting talks until at the end we will have the breakout room sessions. So I think everyone enjoyed what we have for today, and then looking forward for the tomorrow sessions. So thank you very much, everyone, to being with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.